All right, Shalom. First and foremost, want to give all praises to Yahweh by Shimi Al Shai. Give double honor to the elders of Ruel. Say honor to Shalom to all the brothers out there doing the work of true sincerity. All right, we finna get this debate cracking. Just bear with me for a second. I know you know even watching, but yet, you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna put this link out and damn. Yo, you don't see the live stream? I just commented. I commented on that last post that was posted. Hold on, let me see. No, on Music by Conflict. If you go to New Music by Conflict, yeah. If you go to my YouTube, my YouTube Exodus 1715. It's XODUS and then the numbers 1715. Which just let me see something. Hold on. Can I send you a message? All right. It's on that. If you look at New Music by Conflict, it's on that post. Somebody posted a song on your shit like on April 23rd. It say New Music by Conflict. I left it on that comment. Yeah, it's on there. All right, brother. All right, so.
Incorporated. This ministry is about bringing forth the true, uncut word of the.
That's how we gonna do it. Yo, all the listeners, if you watch it right now, let me know if you could hear. If you could hear the radio joint. Damn. All right, then it don't work like that.
Is Islam a man-made religion? Once again, my special guests are standing by. Before I introduce my special guests, of course, got to go through a few brief announcements. Send me an email at debatetalkforyou@gmail.com. That's debatetalk, the number 4, and the letter U@gmail.com. If you'd like to be a special guest on this show, we have many different segments of the show. We have the round table, we have biblical lessons where teachers come on to teach lessons to the masses out there that listen to Debate Talk for You. We have the music artist testimony. We have Debate Fridays, aka the Lions Den, which is the show that's going on right now, which is the most popular show via internet, Debate Talk for You. Any part of this show you want to be a part of, once again, send me an email at debatetalkforyou@gmail.com. Go to facebook.com/debatetalkforyou. That's facebook.com/debatetalkforyou. You can download the show via iTunes. Go to the podcast section. You type in the search box Debate Talk, the number 4, and the letter U, and you'll see the show pop up absolutely free. You can download it to your PC, your Mac, your laptop, and spread the word once again about Debate Talk for You Radio. Of course, go to the website. It's officially up. www.debatetalkforyou.com. That's www.debatetalkforyou.com. We have some of the best debates for season 4 up there on Debate Talk for You website for season 4. You can also send your donations on the website. You can purchase merchandise. You can even leave your feedback and say who won some of the debates that you hear on the website. So once again, I highly recommend that you go to the website, which is www.debatetalkforyou.com. We're still doing some upgrades. I'm updating it, and we're going to add some more stuff to the website. But check it out for now. Once again, www.debatetalkforyou.com. Go to Instagram.com/debatetalkforyou. That's Instagram.com/debatetalkforyou. We got some videos up on YouTube, youtube.com/debatetalkforyou. And of course, we're on Twitter at ShowtimeDT4U. That's at Showtime, D as in David, T as in Tom, the number 4, and the letter U. More news on Debate Talk for You. I just want to let you guys know about next week's debate. Next week, Friday, that's Friday, May 2nd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to have Imam Bashir, who's here from the Lions of Allah, versus Zadok Ben Israel. He's going to be here next week. And Zadok Ben Israel is actually a teacher at the Knesset of Jesus. And the title of that debate is, Did Jesus Die on the Cross? Once again, that's did Jesus die on the cross? You don't want to miss that debate. Once again, that's Friday, May 2nd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, live on Debate Talk for You. The week after that, we're going to have another debate. Well, it's going to be more of a discussion, but that's going to be Friday, May 9th at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to have special guests, Lord Abba and Khalil, who are representing for the Moors, along with Nathan Yisrael and Mikael, which are Israelites. We're going to have a discussion on this particular topic. The topic is, are Moors and Israelites connected? Are Moors and Israelites connected? This is going to be actually the first time we have some more brothers come on the show and have some dialogue with my special guests out here. It's going to be an awesome show, guys, so make sure you tune in. That's going to be Friday, May 9th at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, live on Debate Talk for You. Let me just jump right into this. Let me introduce my special guests. I know you guys got your pen and pads ready, and you can't wait for this debate to begin. Make sure you guys let people know on social media that Debate Talk for You is live on the air, and that they can tune in by dialing that number, 646-716-7320. They can listen via phone, listen via Skype. We're going to get this thing started. My first special guest, he's the lead teacher of Exodus 1715. You can check out his YouTube channel, which is Sakari Sit Downs. As a matter of fact, this debate is live streamed as we speak on his YouTube channel, Exodus 1715. That's XO, D as in David, US 1715. His other channels are Sakari Cinema, Hell Up in Haiti, Guerrilla Warfare 1715. He's been inside the Lions Den multiple times against top contenders. He's also a part of the House of Consciousness. Shout out to Sinetta from Sinetta TV on YouTube. Currently from San Diego, California. This is my brother. I'll mess it up in there.
Hey, Shalom. Shalom. What's going down, Sal? Yeah, I just want to make sure I give all praises, of course, first and foremost to Yahweh Hashem Yahushua, the name of the Most High, and His Son. Give double honors to my elders that paved the way and taught, and instructed me and several other brothers in the proper way, and also, give honors and shalom to all the brothers out there doing the work of truth and sincerity. I'm glad to be here. I'm really excited for this one.
Alazar Incorporated. This ministry Incorporated. and then move on to the next question. The person on the receiving side being asked questions, please save your questions for when it's your cross-examination time. No foul language is permitted. Everybody knows that. We keep it clean on Debate Talk for you, or else that's an automatic disqualification. Let's keep it professional. Of course, I'm going to do my best to moderate the situation. And please speak one person at a time so me and the listening audience can gain full understanding. I repeat, please speak one person at a time so me and the listening audience can gain full understanding. After that, we're going to have an intermission break that's going to be 7 minutes. And after that, we're going to go straight to the public Q&A. That's for you, the listening audience. We'll call in with your questions and your comments while down in that number, 646-716-7320. Or as a matter of fact, there's people that press the number 1 right now that's familiar with Debate Talk for you. They know that we have a lot of questions at that time. So if you know you're going to have a question, feel free to press the number 1 right about now and hold your spot. Let's press number 1 one time. If you press it more than once, it's going to bring you off the switchboard and bring you at the bottom of the switchboard. So once again, if you know you're going to have a question or a comment, feel free to dial that number, 646-716-7320. Press number 1 and stand by for the public Q&A. Of course, for the listening audience, no foul language. I'm going to ask the listening audience to respect my special guests as well as special guests, so respect the listening audience. And of course, due to limited, time, of course, I'm going to have to give everybody some limited time to ask their questions. And of course, only if I see that the conversation is edifying to the masses that's taking notes, I will let you guys dialogue. And after that, we're going to have the final statements. That's going to be 7 minutes each. So it's going to be basically 3 hours or maybe more debate. Once again, get your pen and pads ready. And, it's going to be a classic. The number 646-716-7320. Well, being that Brother James, this is his first time inside the Lions Den, he's going to go up first. So we're going to get this thing started, guys.
Feel sorry for James.
Hold on. And without further ado, everybody, let's get ready here. That's right. Let's get it started, everybody. Let's get it started. So once again, the opening statement is going to be 20 minutes each. We open up Brother James' phone line. And we set up his timer. And Brother James, go ahead.
Peace, what's going on, everybody? This is Brother James. I'm just going to get strictly to the information. My premise is simple, that Islam cannot be a man-made religion due to the fact that Islam has been prophesied in Guerrilla Hebrews Bible. Now, according to Genesis, Abraham had 2 sons, Isaac and Ishmael. Now, Israelites acknowledge the promises that was made and the blessings that was made to Isaac, but tend to overlook the blessings that was allotted to Ishmael. But before we even get to Isaac and Ishmael, we find that Abraham was promised a great nation in Genesis chapter 12, verses 2 and 3. God would then tell Abraham that Ishmael was promised a great nation in Genesis chapter 17, verses 20 and 22. God would then promise Hagar that her son Ishmael would have a great nation in Genesis chapter 17, verses 21, verses 17 and 18.
Let them know, son.
So, it's safe to say that according to the Bible, Ishmael was promised a great nation. This prophecy was made over 2,000 years ago. So
by the way, in the room, spread the word.
Ishmael was promised. Israelites, including Guerrilla Hebrew, tend to overlook this fact. So, question would now be, did God lie to Abraham concerning the blessing that was promised to Ishmael? Or is it that the children of Israel, the Israelites, i.e. Guerrilla Hebrew, is hiding this information in the Quran? Surah Al-Ma'idah, that's chapter 5 of the Holy Quran, verse 15, it says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أهل الكتاب جاءكم رسولنا يبين لكم كثيرا مما كنتم تخفون من الكتاب فيعفو عن كثير قد جاءكم من الله.
Man, can't nobody understand that Arabic shit, man.
O people of the book, there has come to you our messenger who made clear to you much of what you have kept hidden of the book. And forgive many of your faults. There has come to you indeed from Allah a light and a clear book. What are the people of the book hiding? You know one thing that they are hiding. There was the blessing that was allotted to Ishmael, which would at this junction, admittedly, will be a great nation. So in order for us to find a great nation that was promised to Ishmael, we will first have to find out the area in which he dwelt. In Genesis chapter 21, verses 20 and 21, it says that he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran. Now, anyone who does the research will find that the wilderness of Paran border of Arabia. So, what would be the great nation that come out of this area? There is only one, and it came under the banner of Islam. Islam is what united the various Arab tribes to solidify themselves as a nation. Now, to solidify my gangster, we could go to the Arab calendar, where a particular group of people established a calendar for themselves that pretty much identifies their timeline as a nation. For example, you have the Chinese calendar, you got the Jewish calendar, you got the white man's calendar. All have different dates due to the fact that each particular group of people established themselves as a nation at different times in history. Now, the Arab calendar was established after the Hijra. For those who are unaware, the Hijra is when there was a group of early followers. Along with the Prophet, they traveled from Mecca to Medina in 622 AD to prevent persecution. This was a key point in Islamic history because it gave a refuge to the early followers, thus saving Islam in its infancy. Now, they will return within a year's time to fight the Quraysh in what is historically known as the Battle of Badr, which has been prophesied in the book of Isaiah, chapter 21, verse 13, where it says, the burden upon Arabia. In the forest in Arabia shall ye lie, or ye traveling companions of these and them. The inhabitants of the land of Timma for water to him that was thirsty. They prevented with their bread them that fled, for they fled from the sword, from the drawn sword, and from the bent bow, and from the grievousness of war. But thus hath the Lord said unto me, within a year, according to the years of the heralding, all of the glory of Kedar shall fail. Now, when you hear Timma, Timma is simply a large oasis located in northwestern Arabia. Kedar was a large ancient nomadic Arab tribe. Both Timma and Kedar are
this dude is so lackluster, man.
Now, they would fight in the battle of what is historically known as the Battle of Badr. The early followers would defeat the Quraysh, and due to the fact that the Quraysh lost a lot of the commanding generals within their army, a man by the name of Abu Sufyan would become the leader of the Quraysh, and he would work as sort of an ambassador between the Quraysh and the early followers until eventually the Quraysh would accept Islam. Then he would become a leading officer within the Muslim Empire, and it would be his son, Muawiyah, that would establish the Umayyad Caliphate. So, this is ample evidence to prove, Guerrilla Hebrew, that the people of the Arabian Peninsula did not establish themselves as a nation until the advent of Islam. So, in essence, the blessing that was promised to Abraham and Ishmael was fulfilled with the Prophet Muhammad, because it was he that united the Arab tribes into a nation under the banner of Islam. Once again, this can be reiterated in light of
That's ridiculous.
The Bible.
He just gave us a ridiculous premise.
Three manifestations of the Lord. Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 2, it says, and he said, the Lord came from Sinai and rose up from Seir. Unto them he shined forth from Mount Paran. And he came with 10,000 of saints from his right hand with a fiery law for them. So every time we hear Paran, Timma, Kedar, just think Arabia, Arabia, Arabia. So, here you have three manifestations of the Lord. He came from Sinai, rose up from Seir, he shined forth from Mount Paran. Most of us are aware that Moses brought the law from Mount Sinai.
Super Mario, Shalom. How about Shemiyah Shabrakatah?
Northwestern Palestine. This will be referring to Jesus. The third manifestation of the Lord would be from Mount Paran. Paran is in Arabia. According to Genesis chapter 21, verses 20 and 21, Ishmael dwelt in the wilderness of Paran. Muhammad is a descendant of Ishmael. Muhammad brought the religion of Islam, Guerrilla Hebrew. So it is clear, gotta reiterate this, that the nation that was promised to Ishmael came with the advent of Islam. It will be impossible to separate the two, Guerrilla Hebrew, because if you try to do so, you have to try to suggest two things. One, that Islam did not foster a great nation, that in which can be disproved by simply looking at history, or you could try, which most likely what you want to try to do, is try to suggest that Islam, that the Prophet Muhammad, if peace be upon him, was a false prophet. But then you got to look in the Bible, because in the Bible, God was so adamant about the blessings of the progeny of Abraham. So you mean to tell me that there would in fact be a false prophet that comes from the seed of Abraham, the son of the law. After the Lord clearly promised Abraham that his seed will be blessed. Now go back to the Quran. Surah Ibrahim. That would be chapter 14 of the Holy Quran, verse 39. It says, Alhamdulillah,
dude, just read it in English, man.
All praise belongs to Allah, who has given me, despite my old age, Ishmael and Isaac. Surely my Lord is the hearer of prayer. Rabish Alni Muki Masalat. My Minatoryati, Rabanet, Wata Kabatuat. My Lord, make me constant in observing prayer, and my children too. O Lord, bestow thy grace on me and accept my prayer. Now, the word that has been translated as children is Doriya. Doriya can be also translated as generations, which will coincide with what it says in the Bible when it says that the generations of Abraham would be blessed in Genesis chapter 12, verses 2 and 3, Genesis chapter 17, verses 20, Genesis chapter 21, verse 13. So anyone who tries to suggest that Muhammad was a false prophet will have to admit that Abraham too was a false prophet, because according to the Bible,
that's a fallacy.
Abraham's seed was blessed. Okay, now you ponder on that one, Gorilla Hebrew. Let's go to the book of Habakkuk.
Y'all see that?
The book of Habakkuk.
He gonna go to the book of Habakkuk and go to the 2nd chapter and talk about the man on Mount Paran. Watch it.
Chapter 3, verse 3. It says, God came from the man. Once again, he is the man. And the Holy One from Mount Paran. Once again, Paran.
What I tell you?
And the land. His glory covered the heavens, and the earth was full of his praise. So God came from Teman, the Holy One from Mount Paran. Teman, once again, is a large oasis in northwestern Arabia. Teman is also one of the sons of Ishmael. Paran, as previously stated, was the land where Ishmael and his mother Hagar dwelt, according to Genesis chapter 21, verse 20 and 21. Is it a mere fact? Is it a mere coincidence that it would in fact be the Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, that would dwell in this area? The Quran was a manifestation of God, period. This is why in every chapter of the Quran it begins with in the name of Allah. In fact, Jesus said in the book of Matthew, blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. There is no doubt that the Prophet Muhammad came in the name of God. Understanding this, we can now go back to the most dreaded verse of the Hebrew Israelites, Deuteronomy 18:18.
Look, he gonna try to make the prophecy about who the world calls Christ into Muhammad. Watch.
I believe that the person who fits this prophecy is Jesus. However, if one was to do a critical analysis, you will find that it would be impossible for this to be referring to Jesus. Let's go to Deuteronomy 18:18. It says it right here. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren like unto thee, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. So, the prophet will be raised amongst the brethren of Israel, like Moses. The brethren of Israel are the Ishmaelites. Only one prophet came from the line of Ishmael, and that was the prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, not Jesus. Secondly, Jesus was not like Moses, because Moses brought a law to the house of Israel, thus establishing them as an independent nation. This is similar to the Holy Prophet of Islam, who brought a new law to the Ishmaelites, that in which united them as a great nation as prophesied in Genesis chapter 21, verse 17 and 18. Also, Jesus never claimed that he was like Moses. However, it was revealed in the Quran.
He didn't have to claim.
Surah 73, verse 15, Surah Al-Mu'minun, it says, Inna arsalna alaykum rasul shahidan alaykum kama arsalna fir'aun rasul. Verily we have sent to you a messenger who is a witness over you, even as we have sent a messenger unto Pharaoh. So it's clear they make a comparison between the Holy Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, and Moses. So, also, we have in Deuteronomy 18:18. It states that God will put the words in his mouth, and he shall speak all that I shall command him to speak. This cannot be talking about Jesus because the Gospels are not according to Jesus, Gorilla Hebrew. They are according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. All of which gives an account of the story of Jesus and some speeches that he made in public. Anyone who reads the Quran knows without a doubt that the Prophet Muhammad was being commanded to recite the Quran. One of the most frequent words used throughout the Quran is the Arabic word qul, which means say. For an example, gotta get into all of this for really. All right, look.
Look, he don't even know. Look. He don't even know where I'm gonna go. That's the cold thing.
That's the Bible, the Holy Quran. Verse 76. It says, "Qul ata'abudun min dunillahi."
So just read in English.
La yamliku lakum rawah la naf'an wa lahu wa sami'ul alim. Say, will you worship beside Allah that which has no power to do you harm or good? Now reference says say. Now, next verse it says, "Qul ya ahlal kitab la taqulu fi dinikum ghayra al-haq." Say, O people of the book, you see not the limits in the matter of your religion unjust. There's more. Now, there's like over 100 verses in here, and I'm not going to read all of them. But in Surah Al-Ikhlas, that's chapter 112 of the Holy Quran, verse 1, it says, "Qul hu Allahu ahad." Say, He is Allah, the one. Next chapter, first verse, it says, "Qul a'udhu bi'rabbil falaq." Say, I seek refuge in the Lord of the dawn. Next chapter, it says, "Qul a'udhu birabbin nas." Say, I seek refuge in the Lord of mankind. So, it is clear that the prophet was being commanded to recite the Quran. Another reason why this cannot be Jesus is because Jesus prophesied about the same prophet that was to come in John chapter 16, verse 12 and 13. John chapter 16, verse 12 and 13. It says, "I have yet many things to say unto you, but ye cannot bear them now. Howbeit, when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth. For he shall not speak of himself, but whatsoever he shall hear, that shall he speak. And he shall show you things to come." That sounds very similar to when it says in Deuteronomy 18:18 that God will put the words in his mouth and he shall speak all that I shall command him to speak. Once again, go to Hebrew. The plot thickens. Go to the book of Matthew. What did Jesus say? Jesus says in Matthew 23, verses 38 and 39. "Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. For I say unto you, ye shall not see me henceforth until ye shall say, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord." Okay. Clearly, this verse is referring to the Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him. Every surah in the Quran begins with "in the name of Allah." For example, Surah Al-Fatiha starts off with "Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim." Surah Al-Baqarah starts off with "Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim." Surah Al-Imran, chapter 3, starts off with "Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim." Surah Al-Nisa starts off with "Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim." Surah Al-Ma'idah starts off with "Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim." There's 114 chapters in the Quran. You should get the point. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim is in the name of Allah, the gracious, the merciful. Let's take this even a step further. In Malachi, the book of Malachi, that is Malachi, Malachi verse 3, chapter 3, verse 16, it says, "Then they that feared the Lord spake often to one another, and the Lord hearkened and heard it, and a book of remembrance was written before him for them that feared the Lord and thought upon his name." So, Gorilla Hebrew, the question is now, what is the book of remembrance that the Bible speaks of? Now, the Bible should be null and void due to the fact that it was mentioned in the Bible. Also, it cannot be talking about the Bible because the Bible is a compilation of various books that was revealed to various prophets and things. You got the first 5 books of Moses, Joshua, the Psalms of David, the Gospel according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, the writings of Paul. There's no way, Gorilla Hebrew, that the Bible could be a book of remembrance due to the fact that you have many versions of the Bible. You got the King James Version, you got the International Version, you got the Masoretic text, and which is different from the previous two. You got the Catholic Bible that has more books than the Protestant Bibles. You got books that's mentioned in the Bible that aren't even in the Bible, like the book of Jasher that's mentioned in Joshua chapter 10, verse 13. So once again,
Oh my God, dude.
what is the book
I'm about to go to fuck to
remembrance
sleep, man.
that
Wake
the
me up
Bible
when it's
speaks
my
of
turn.
in the Quran? How much time I got left? Because I want to get into this. Okay, yeah. All right, so next round. I'm going to get into the Book of Remembrance, and I'm going to break down what exactly is the Book of Remembrance, and basically the verses that I showed should be without a doubt proof that Islam came as a manifestation of prophecy, and to deny Islam is to deny the blessings that was allotted to the prophet Abraham and the great nation that was allotted to Ishmael. And I'm in on that. All right, one.
I'm about to go in, y'all. Yo, my audio good? All right, yeah. I just want to let everybody know if you do have a chance, tune into the live stream on YouTube.com/Exodus1715. That's XODUS1715. I'm gonna put a few slides up there to illustrate some of the points that I'm making. Okay, but of course, after that extremely lackluster round by James, I want to liven this thing up with some truth and some real hard facts. Okay, now let me go to my opening remarks. This is Isaiah 8:20. To the law and to the testimony. If they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. So the Bible is letting us know anything that goes against it does not have the light of the Most High God in it. That's period. It's Jeremiah 8:9. The wise men are ashamed. They are dismayed and taken low. They have rejected the word of the Lord and what wisdom is in them. So the Bible is also telling us here the same type of thing or theme, letting us know that if you reject the words of the Most High God that are written in the Bible, that you do not have wisdom. You do not have that divine light. Okay, this John 5:39. Let me give you some New Testament love out of who the world ignorantly calls Christ's mouth. Search the scriptures, for in them ye think ye have eternal life, and they are they which testify of me. So you must search the scriptures, okay, to get your key to your eternal life. The 2 Peter's 1:19. We have also a more sure word of prophecy. So the Bible is a sure word of prophecy. Whereunto ye do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shineth in a dark place until the day dawn and the day star rise in your heart. So what is the Bible alluding to us? All in all these verses, that the Bible is how you get the light. And anything that goes against the light of the Holy Bible is darkness. Okay? Now, funnily enough, the Quran, in some cases, agrees with this. I'm going to go to Surah 87, starting at the 17th verse to the 19th verse. And forgive me, I'm not going to go into the Arabic. I'm going to go plain to the English so the listening audience can understand. Although the hereafter is better and more lasting, lo, this is in the former scrolls, the books of Abraham and Moses. So here is the Quran pointing you back to the Bible. Let's go to Surah 10 and 94. And if thou be in doubt concerning that which we have sent down unto thee, then ask those who have read the books before thee. So it's saying that, look, if you have any issues or any doubt about the words of the Quran, then go ask those or search out the scriptures that's in the Bible. Assuredly have the truth come unto thee from thy Lord, so be not then of the doubter. So it's letting you know that if you want to prove the validity of the Quran, you have to cross-reference it with the Bible. Keep this in mind. This is Surah 3, starting at verse 3 to 4 verse. It is he who sent down to thee step by step in truth, the book confirming what went before it. And he sent down the Torah of Moses and the gospel of Jesus before this as a guide to mankind. And he sent down the creation, or the criterion rather, of judgment between right and wrong. Then those who reject faith in the signs of Allah will suffer the severest chastisement, and Allah is exalted in might, Lord of retribution. So again, the Quran is alluding these same facts that the Bible is. That when in doubt, you have to go and look in the Bible, whether it be the Torah, the Psalms, the testimony, the gospel, right? We keep going here in the Surah. This is Surah 2 and 122. O children of Israel, remember my favor, wherewith favored you. And that I preferred you over the world. So here is the Quran again, illustrating points that are illustrated in the Bible, that if you are in doubt of anything anybody is telling you, to cross-reference it with the Bible. It is also illustrated in the verse just previously read, that the children of Israel are the Most High's chosen people and above all people on the planet Earth, and that includes the children of Ishmael. Okay, this is Surah 29 and 27. And we granted him Isaac and Jacob, and assigned prophethood to his progeny, and gave him his reward in the world. And of course, in the hereafter, he will be one of the righteous. So understand, he referenced this already, that the prophethood was given to the progeny of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now understand something. If the Quran itself tells you that all the prophets spring from the progeny of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, how are you getting that there's a prophet that came out of the line of Ishmael? The Quran just disqualified that a prophet could come out of the line of Ishmael, and a man of the line of Ishmael made the statement. This is the contradictions that are within the Quran that totally defeat it. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go to some further contradictions, though. This is Surah 11:1. A book whose verses are set clear and then distinguished from one all wise, all aware. The implication of the aforementioned text is that all of the verses of the Quran are clear, and that the Muslim scripture does not contain any passages that are obscure or difficult to grasp. Now, the scriptures, the Bible tells you that there are parts that people are not going to understand, parts that are of deep allegory and things of that nature. But the Quran right here in Surah 11:1 tells you that all these scriptures that are in the Quran, these so-called scriptures that are in the Quran, are not difficult to grasp, and they are all plain and clear. But let's see what Surah 3:7 says. It is he who has sent down to you, Muhammad, the book, this Quran, and in its verses that are entirely clear. Now, it's telling you again, they are entirely clear. They are the foundations of the book, and those are the verses of the Al-Ahkam, which are the commandments, the Al-Farid, the obligatory duties, and the Al-Ahud, the legal laws for the punishment of thieves, adulterers, etc. And the others not entirely clear. So wait a minute. It tells us in Surah 11:1 that all the verses in the Quran are clear. And then earlier in Surah 3:7, it tells us that all the verses of the Quran are clear. But here, in the same verse, Surah 3:7, it is telling us that not all the verses are entirely clear. This book contradicts itself within its own verse. And you got the nerve to tell me that this is of the Most High God, that this is of the divine light? You are crazy, okay? Let me continue. So as for those in whose hearts there is a deviation from the truth, they follow that which is not entirely clear thereof, seeking the el-fatina, or polytheism and trials, etc., and seeking for its hidden meanings, but none knows its hidden meanings save Allah. So it told us that all the things in the Quran are clear. Now it's telling us that they're not clear in certain parts that nobody knows the meanings of but Allah. Okay, this is ridiculous. You have the nerve to follow this and actually, present the thesis that this is good for our people when it's not even clear about being clear. Okay, let me continue though. And those who are firmly grounded in the knowledge say, we believe in it. The whole of it, clear and unclear verses, are from our Lord, and none receive admonition except men of understanding. So the Quran is telling you basically to put blind faith in men when the scriptures tell you courtesy that make flesh is on. Okay, but I'm going to continue. Let's go to the creation. They're not even sure about creation, okay, and I'm going to prove that. This is Surah 3:54. This similitude of Jesus before Allah is that of Adam. He is created from dust, then said to him, be, and he was. So it's pretty consistent with the Bible story of the creation, that man was formed out of the dust in the ground. But let's go to another account of the creation of man. This is Surah 15:26. We created man from sounding clay, from mud, and molded into shape. Now one might say, well, mud, dust, it's all pretty much the same thing. But let's see how the plot thickens. This is Surah 16:4. He has created man from a sperm drop, and behold, this same man becomes an open disputer. So it tells us in one instance that he was created from the dust of the ground, or the clay, or the mud. Now it's telling us that he was just created from a drop of sperm. But one might say, well, look, that ain't talking about the first man that's ever made. Well, let's go further into it. This is Surah 19:67. But does not man call to mind that we created him before out of nothing? So wait a minute. I thought man was created out of a sperm drop. But then it says that man was created from the dust of the ground. Now it's saying that man is created from nothing. Now you mean to tell me that the Most High God is confused about how he created man? That's what this book is illustrating to us. But you have the nerve to tell me that this book is from the Holy Spirit. You out of your damn mind. Okay, let me continue though. This is Surah 96:1-2. It gets crazier. Proclaim or read in the name of thy Lord and cherisher, who created man out of a mere clot of congealed blood. Wait a damn minute. I thought it was dust of the earth. Then I thought it was sperm. Then I thought it was nothing. Now it's congealed blood. You need to get your creation story straight before you even fathom presenting a thesis that this is from the Most High God. This book defeats its damn self and disqualifies itself. You got the nerve to stand on it, man. This foundation of the Quran is quicksand. All right, let me continue though. Who was the first Muslim? They ain't even sure who the first Muslim was. Okay, this is Surah 6:14. Now some of them, they have different ways they get out of it, but the point blank period fact is What does the text say? Okay, say, O Muhammad saw. Shall I take as a wali, rather, a helper, protector, Lord, or God, any other than Allah, the creator of the heavens and of the earth? And it is he who feeds but is not fed. Say, verily, I am commanded to be the first of those who submit themselves to Allah as Muslims. And be not you, O Muhammad, saw of the mushrikan, or the polytheists, pagans, idolaters, disbelievers in the oneness of Allah. Okay, this is so it's telling us here in Surah 6 that Muhammad himself was the first Muslim. But let's go to Surah 3 and 67, just a little bit before that. Ibrahim, or Abraham, was neither a Jew nor a Christian, but he was an upright, a Muslim. Well, it's telling us 3 chapters earlier, that Abraham was a Muslim, yet in Surah 6 is telling us Muhammad was the first Muslim. Abraham was clearly before Muhammad, because according to Muhammad's lineage, Abraham is one of his forefathers. You see the contradiction there, yet this is divine knowledge, right? Let me continue. And was not of those who associate partners with Allah. This is Surah 7 and 143, skipping ahead now. And when Moses came to our appointed thirst, and his Lord had spoken unto him, he said, My Lord, show me thyself, that I may gaze upon thee. He said, Thou wilt not see me, but gaze upon the mountain. If I stand still in this place, then thou wilt see me. And when his Lord revealed his glory to the mountain, he sent it crashing down, and Moses fell down senseless. And when he woke, he said, Glory unto thee, I turned unto thee to repent, and I am the first of true followers. So it's telling us in Surah 7 that Moses is the first Muslim, but then it tells us in Surah 6 that Muhammad is the first Muslim, but then it tells us in Surah 3 that Abraham is the first Muslim. Now, a lot of dudes will say Adam was the first Muslim, but what does your text say? That's the question. What does your holy book say that is clearly not of the Most High God, or else it wouldn't contradict itself like this? Let me continue. Let's go to repentance, though. Okay, this is Surah 4 and 18. Of no effect is the repentance of those who continue to do evil, until death faces one of them, and he says, Now have I repented indeed, nor of those who die rejecting faith. For them have we prepared a punishment most grievous. So it's telling us that you cannot repent when faced with death, because really it's not wholehearted. And we agree, that's what the scriptures say. But let's go to Surah 17, and let's see about that. Okay, Moses said, Thou knowest well that these things have been sent down by none but the Lord of the heavens. Well, really, hold on. Let me backtrack a little bit, get a little ahead of myself. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set a tone, and then I'm gonna prove that the Quran itself teaches that you can repent in the face of death. Though in Surah 4 it condemns you repenting in the face of death. Okay, I'm gonna go to Surah 17 to give you an account of the Exodus. Okay. Surah 17, verses 102 to 103. Moses said, Thou knowest well that these things have been sent down by none but the Lord of the heavens and the earth, as eye-opening evidence, and I consider thee indeed, O Pharaoh, to be one doomed to destruction. So he resolved to remove from the face of the earth. So he resolved to remove from the face of the earth, but we did drown him and all who were with him. So it's telling us the same biblical account of the Exodus, that the Pharaoh and his army were drowned. But let's go to Surah 10. Now what Surah 10 is going to do is going to contradict Surah 17 and Surah 4. It's going to contradict the account of the Exodus in Surah 17, and it's going to account the grounds in which one can repent in Surah 4. Now let me read. This is Surah 10, starting at verse 90 to 92. We took the children of Israel across the sea. Pharaoh and his host followed them in insolence and spite. At length, when overwhelmed with the flood, he said, I believe that there is no God except him who the children of Israel believe in. I am of those who submit to Allah in Islam. Verse 90. It was, all right, that was verse 90. It's verse 91. It was said to him, now, but a little while before wast thou in rebellion, and thou didst mischief and violence. This day shall we save thee in the body, that thou mayest be assigned to those who come after these. But verily, many among mankind are heedless to our signs. So what did it just say? It said that Pharaoh was saved and spared in body from the destruction that he was getting ready to face with the waters closing in on him. But in Surah 17, it tells us that he perished, just like it tells us in the Bible. But then in Surah 4, it tells us that you cannot repent when faced with death. But in Surah 10, the Pharaoh was clearly faced with death and then repented in the face of death, and they said he was saved. Do we see that this book is insane and crazy? And clearly the foundations of this religion is not from the Most High God. But I'm going to continue. Okay, this is the flood. What do they say about the flood? This is Surah 11, starting at verse 42. And started verse 42 to 43. And it was sailing with them in the midst of waves like mountains. And Nu, which is Noah, called out to his son, who was at an isolated place. Oh, my child, come on board with us, and do not be in the company of the disbelievers. He said, I shall take shelter on a mountain which will save me from the water. He said, there is no savior today from the command of Allah, except the one whom he shows mercy. And the waves arose between the two, and he was among those who were drowned. Now, please tell me where in the biblical account of the flood story Noah had a son that drowned. It tells you all Noah's descendants were Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and all of them made it on the boat, and all of them made it to the other side of the flood. Okay, but let's see what it says here in Surah 37, 75 to 77. It's going to contradict that of what it said in Surah 11. Okay, and assuredly Noah, or Nu, cried unto us, and we are the best of answerers. And we delivered him and his people from the great affliction and his offspring. Then we made the survivors. So it tells us that the survivors of the flood were Noah's offspring. All of it said, and we saved his people and his offspring, and they were made the survivors. Yet in Surah 11, it tells us that he had some phantom son that died and didn't make it, which not only goes against the Quran itself, but of course goes against the Holy Bible, the father of all of these stories and all of these individuals and these characters that the Quran has clearly taken and stole and tried to make for themselves. All right. Let's go to Christ's death and resurrection. We know that Imam Bashir got a huge debate coming up about did Christ die on the cross. Well, let's see what the Quran says about it. And the Quran contradicts his very own self on the matter. Okay, this is Surah 4, 157 to 158. And for their saying, indeed we have killed the Messiah, Jesus, the son of Mary, the messenger of Allah, and they did not kill him, nor did they crucify him, but another was made to resemble him to them. So it's telling us that instead of Jesus dying on the cross, that they made a switcheroo and somebody else died on the cross. And indeed those who defer over are in doubt about it. They have no knowledge of it except the following of assumption, and they did not kill him for certain, rather Allah raised him to himself, and ever is Allah exalted in might and wise. This is Surah 19, 30 to 34. This is the surah where who the world ignorantly calls Christ is allegedly talking. Jesus said, indeed, I am the servant of Allah. He has given me the scripture and made me a prophet, and he made me blessed wherever I am, and has enjoyed upon the prayer and zakah as long as I remain alive, and made me dutiful to my mother, and he has not made me a wretched tyrant. And peace is on me the day I was born, and the day I will die, and that day I am raised alive. So the Surah 19 is telling us that Jesus was to die and be raised alive, which is pursuing and consistent with the Bible. But then the Surah 4 tells us he wasn't died. He didn't die and wasn't raised alive. Okay, that is Jesus, the son of Mary, the word of truth, about which they are in dispute. Okay, but let me continue though. All right, I just want to go. I want to reference some Bible verses, because what these so-called Muslims do is they basically deny that who the world ignorantly calls Christ is the Christ or is the Messiah, that he didn't suffer, die, was buried, and rose on the third day. Okay, now we're going to see what the Bible says about that and show that this book is against the Spirit of the Most High God, which is found in the Bible. Okay, this is 1 John 2 and 22. Who is a liar but he that denieth that Yahweh, well, I'm going to read it verbatim so people can understand. Who is a liar but he that denieth that Jesus is the Christ? He is Antichrist that denieth the Father and the Son. Okay, so the Quran comes in the spirit of Antichrist. Therefore, it is clearly not of the Most High, and it's clearly a man-made religion. This is Matthew starting at the 16th chapter to the 13th to the 18th verse. When Jesus came into the coast of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, whom do men say that I am? Say that I, the Son of Man, am. And they said, some say thou art John the Baptist, some Elias, and others Jeremiah or one of the prophets. He saith unto them, but whom say ye that I am? And Simon Peter answered and said, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. Okay, so this is what the Bible says. The Gospels that the Quran tells you to follow say that who the world ignorantly calls Christ is the Messiah and the Son of the Most High God. But the Quran and the Quran's followers deny that. Yet they tell you to follow the gospel. Do we see the contradictions here? Do we see that the Holy Spirit and the divine light and wisdom from the Most High is not within these people or within this book? This verse 17. And Jesus answered and said unto them, blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah, for flesh and blood hath not revealed it unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven. So the Bible says that the Most High God revealed this unto Simon Bar-Jonah, that who the world ignorantly calls Christ was the Son of the Most High God and was the Messiah of the nation of Israel. Okay, so but the Quran contradicts that. So if the Most High revealed that to a man, but the Most High then sends a book that disputes that doesn't make any sense. Okay, this is a man-made religion. It's verse 18. And I say unto thee that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Now let's analyze that. Now the world, who the world ignorantly calls Christ, who the Muslims believe existed, said that Peter is who he would build his church upon. So where the hell is Ishmael coming establishing some type of church or some type of nation under the guise of the Spirit of the Holy Spirit, if Christ himself said that Peter was going to be the one to do it? So again, the Quran is against the Bible. All right, this is which means that the Quran is not of the Most High God and is an invention of men. This is Psalms 22:1. Okay, proving that there's prophecy that who the world ignorantly calls Christ had to get pierced and die on that cross. Okay, so denying this is denying Christ and denying the Bible. This Psalms 22:1 is the Psalm of David. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Why art thou so far from helping me and from the words of my roaring? Now this is David giving a prophecy of the words that who the world ignorantly calls Christ would speak when he was on that cross. And let's prove that. This is Matthew 27:46. And about the 9th hour, Jesus cried with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. That is, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? You see what I'm saying? This is David prophesied that Christ was going to say that on the cross, and Christ said it on the cross according to the gospel that the Quran tells you to follow, which we already read the verse where the Quran points you to the gospel. Okay, this is Zechariah 12:10. And I will pour upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of grace and of supplication. And they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, right? Who they have pierced on that cross, and they shall mourn for. Damn. It's all right, though.
All right, guys. Once again, this is Debate Talk for You Radio. The number is 646-716-7320. That's 646-716-7320. I see we have a lot of activity via social media on Facebook, Twitter, talking about this debate, leaving their comments. I just want to let the people know that are new to Debate Talk for You. The phone line is open to all to call in. So, you know, during the public Q&A, feel free to call in. Matter of fact, call in right now and reserve your spot. You know that number, 646-716-7320. All you got to do is press the number 1. And when we get to the public Q&A, hopefully I get to you and add you to the conversation. There have a lot of people that already pressed the number 1 that are familiar with the show. So make sure you call in right away and reserve your spot to ask your question on Debate Talk for You. And for those people that are new to the show as well, in the description box, I have my special guest links to their YouTube pages. And later on, I'm going to try to get their email so you guys can email my special guest. So I recommend that you guys go to the website, www.blogtalkradio.com/debatetalkforyou, and check out their channels. As a matter of fact, they have a couple promo videos leading up to this debate today. So you may want to check that out. Once again, go to the website and check out the YouTube channels. That's Brother James and the Guerrilla Hebrew. So right on now, we're going into the rebuttal part of this debate. As agreed by both parties, it's going to be 20 minutes each. So let's get this thing started. Let's open up Brother James' phone line. Let me set up the timer, and Brother James, go ahead.
Yeah, wow. You know, he did a monstrosity on the interpretation of Islamic of the Quranic verses. What I'm going to do, I'm going to first finish up my premise because I'm having enough time to read all that book. That's wow. I thought you was going to come with more than that, Corey. But okay. So
yeah, he don't even know. I ain't even got started yet.
Before the end of my opening round, that a book of remembrance was written, and that's in Malachi chapter 3, verse 16. And then I proved how it was impossible for it to be referring to the Bible, you know, due to the fact of all the stuff that I already mentioned. And then there's books that are missing in the Bible that are missing in other Bibles. You got certain Bibles that mentions, for example, the Catholic Bible mentions First, Second Maccabees, and some have all 4 of the books of Maccabees. You got some books that acknowledge the extended verses of Ezra, etc., etc. So, Guerrilla Hebrew. The question now is, what is the book of remembrance that the Bible speaks of? Okay, now, you go to Surah Al-Qamar. This is not the Bible. Let's go see what the Quran says about the book of remembrance. Surah Al-Qamar, chapter 54 of the 41st ayah, it says, Walakat, Yarasanan, Quran, Fikri, Sahalim, and Mutakir. And indeed, we have made the Quran easy to remember. Is there anyone who would take heed? Same chapter. Verse 22, it says, Walakat, Yarasanan, Quran, Fikri, Sahalim, and Mutakir. And indeed, we have made the Quran easy to remember. But is there anyone who would take heed? Same chapter. Verse 32. It says, and indeed, we have made the Quran easy to remember. But is there anyone who would take heed? Same chapter. Verse 40, it says, and indeed, we have made the Quran easy to remember. Is there anyone who will take heed? Gorilla Hebrew, would you take heed that the Quran is easy to remember? But that's what the Quran says about itself.
Hold on, did he prove a point right now? That's what I want to know.
Is the Quran easy to remember? Now, I'm going to bring y'all back home on this one. Let's go back to the prophecy mentioned in Deuteronomy 18:18. There's going to be clarity to this. Go to Hebrew. In Deuteronomy 18:18, it states that a prophet will be raised that will speak all that the Lord commands him to speak. As previously mentioned, the prophet of Islam was told to repeat or say what was being revealed to him, thus making him have to remember what was being said. Thus, we made the Quran easy to remember. So in essence, Prophet Muhammad was the first Hafiz. For those who are unaware of what a Hafiz is, a Hafiz is a person that memorizes the entire Quran from front to back. Now, this Islamic tradition that was initiated by the Prophet, may peace be upon him, exists to this very day, where you have millions of people around the world who are Hafiz of the Quran. Now, is the Quran easy to remember? Okay, yes. Now let's take this step further. You have 7-year-olds. It's very common. 7-year-olds in synagogue memorize the whole entire Quran.
I just want to know what point this is making. This is crazy.
A brother of mine had a presentation where he showed a 3-year-old who memorized the whole entire Quran. He's Hafiz. You can look it up on YouTube. So, you will have to take into consideration, at least take it into consideration, Hebrew, that the Quran is easy to remember. Now, I'm going to finish it off with, in the book of Revelation. In the book of Revelation, it says, go to Hebrew, great. All right. Book of Revelation.
I was just warming up too. Wait till y'all see my next shit.
And I saw another mighty angel coming down from heaven, clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was upon his head, and his face was as it were the sun, and his feet as pillars of fire. And he had in his hand a little book open. And he set his right foot upon the sea, and his left foot on the earth, and he cried with a loud voice, as when a lion roars. And when he had cried, 7 thunders uttered their voices. And when the 7 thunders had uttered their voices, I was about to write, and I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, fill up those things which the 7 thunders uttered, and write them not. So, according to the Bible, the angel came down from heaven with a little book open down. In the Hebrew language, open is pronounced fatwa, which is the equivalent to the Arabic word Fatiha. Now, Al-Fatiha is the first chapter of the Quran. And that's what I recited in the beginning of the show. Al meaning the definite article. Fatiha meaning open. Now, Surah Al-Fatiha has 7 verses, which are the 7 thunders that was uttered by the angel in the book of Revelation.
Wow.
All the chapters in the Quran is 114. Why would we pick Surah Al-Fatiha to be a prophesied in the book of Revelation? Now, Surah Al-Fatiha is a very important chapter in the Quran, so much so that when Muslims all around the world make salat meaning prayer, that it is mandatory that Al-Fatiha is recited at the beginning of every rak'ah. What is the importance of this? Okay. In the religion of Islam, you have different, you got to make prayer at a specific time of the day. So you have different people in different areas of the world praying in the same direction, reciting Surah Al-Fatiha, different times of the day.
Which they stole from the Bible.
Islam isn't a manifestation of God. You're crazy. Okay, now let's go to the rebuttal. Now, he said that, What do you make the first mention? Okay, what we're going to do it first. All right. Okay, Moses. He says in Moses chapter 17, let me look this up. Read this verse. He says in Moses chapter 17, verse 102, says that, let me see, 17:102. It says, okay. And certainly we gave Moses 9 manifest signs. So, asked the children of Israel, when he came to Pharaoh, said unto him, do I think ye, O Moses, to be a victim of deception? And said, thou knowest well, none has sent down these signs but the Lord of the heavens and the earth. So as many evidences, and I certainly consider thee, O Pharaoh, to be doomed to perish. Okay. So Pharaoh was doomed to perish. We know that happened. Okay, now let's go on to chapter 10, verse 91, where he's suggesting a contradiction. We want to see if the contradiction, according to Guerrilla Hebrew, is a contradiction. So let's go to 10, chapter 10, verse 91. It says, chapter 10, verse 91, it says, God said, your prayer is accepted. He trained says, not to pass Allah. And we brought the children of Israel across the sea, and Pharaoh and his host pursued them wrongfully and aggressively till the calamity of drowning overtook him. He cried, I believe there is no God but he, in whom the children of Israel say sufficient is Allah for a witness between me and you, and surely he knows and sees his servants full well. Okay, yeah, hold on a second, hold on. Yeah, that was chapter 10, hold on. Alright, yeah. And we brought the children of Israel across the land and sea, and Pharaoh and his host pursued them wrongfully and aggressively, till when the calamity of drowning overtook him, he cried, I believe there is no God, but he in whom the Israel believe, and I am those who submit. What now, while thou wast disobedient before this, and what of the mischief makers? So this day will we save thee in thy body alone, and thou mayest be fine. Okay, now I see. To those who come after thee. I put this aside. Guerrilla Hebrew. What the verse is saying is that he drowned, yes, but we're going to preserve the body after he drowned to show him as a sign from rejecting the words of Allah and Moses. So he was still drowned. He didn't save him. The body was preserved after he was drowned, for the Hebrew. Wow.
All right.
Wow.
Now, you can have that one. What about the rest?
Okay, we can deal with the Jesus. Jesus, that's chapter 4, verse 57, and chapter 4, verses 57, 157. Yeah, this is light work. It says, and for the disbelief uttered against Mary a grievous calamity, and for their saying, we did slay the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary. The message of Allah was, do they slew him not, or did they bring about his death on the cross? But he was made to appear to them like one.
Y'all see this nigga's rhetoric, though?
Concerning it, they had no certain knowledge thereof, only pursue a conjecture, and they did not arrive at a certainty concerning it. Okay, he was saying that chapter 19, verse 30 is a contradiction to that. This is chapter 19, verse 30. It says, okay, thereupon she appointed him He said, because I always read the verse before, just for verification. How can they talk to one another as a child? And the Creator Jesus said, I am a servant of Allah, and He has given me the book, and made me a prophet, and He has made me blessed whatsoever I may be, and has enjoined upon me prayer and almsgiving, so as I live. And He made me
This dude is so lackluster.
And has not made me arrogant and gracious. And peace be on the day I was born, and peace will be on the day I shall die, and the day that I shall be raised up again. That was Jesus, son of Mary, the same man, turning him down. Okay, I guess he's trying to suggest that when it says peace be on the day I shall born, and peace be on the day I shall die. Now, in Islam, now, it's something we have to be clear. Now, Jesus did die. Jesus did die, as but he didn't die on the cross, Gorilla Hebrew. Let's make that clear. He didn't die on the cross, Gorilla Hebrew, but he eventually died. I mean,
of course.
If he didn't, that means he'd be still alive. Where is he? That's the question. Where is he? Flying in the air somewhere? No, he survived the cross. He didn't die on the cross. That's just like me, saying that, well, Tupac, for example, he got shot 5 times. He took in his smile. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't die then, but eventually he died later on. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, he eventually died, but he didn't die on the cross, Gorilla Hebrew. Man, what else you were saying? I can't believe it's this easy. Okay, he made a mention of 11:1, where he was saying, he said that on one of those videos too, and I forgot to rebut that one on the video. But 11:1, he says that it says in the Quran, this is a book whose verses have been made firm and free from imperfection, and then they have been expounded in detail. It is from the wise to all aware. And then he made a comparison to that to the verse in Surah Imran, which suggests that that's chapter 3, verse 8, where he says that he it is who has sent down the book. In it, there are verses that are firm and decisive in meaning. They are the basis of the book, and there are others that are susceptible to different interpretations, but in whose heart is perversity could do such thereof, as are susceptible to different interpretations, seeking to cause discord and seeking a wrong interpretation of it. None knows this right interpretation except Allah and those who are firmly grounded in knowledge. We believe in it, the whole is from our Lord, and none take heed except those gifted with understanding. Okay. Now, 11 says, this is a book which verses that is firm and free from imperfection. Okay, now, we're dealing with that. Once again, as I alluded to in the opening round, Prophet Muhammad was being told to reveal or say. Now, this is an oral tradition that has lasted to this very day. So, it's an oral tradition that was passed down and eventually codified into the Arabic text. So, that's what it means when it's free from imperfection. And then it says, and they have been expounded in detail. So it was corroborate, in fact, not contradict with what it says right here. It says that some verses there are verses that are decisive in meaning, and then there are verses that are susceptible to different interpretations, meaning that they could be expounded in more detail. That is what, when you read, it says that the foundation of the book is the books that are firm and decisive in meaning. So, yes, the Quran can be expounded upon in great detail. So there's not a contradiction, really Hebrew. It's just saying that the verse can be expounded upon in great detail, period. So you're trying to make it like it's a contradiction, and it's not. Now, what else was he talking about? The creation of the black mud, the creation from the dust, and the creation of the clotted, the blood clot. I think that was 6:14. But we already know we are created from sperm. We know that. You know what I'm saying? So those are different talking about boy, Gorilla Hebrew. you try to compare a verse that was talking about the origins of man, and then try to compare it as to how man is created after he was already created by Allah. So we come from sperm, and we come from clots of blood. That can be proven scientifically. When you get a woman impregnated, that's your sperm going into an egg, gorilla Hebrew, you know, and the baby develops from blood clots. Now, that is a creation. You're being created in the side of the woman's womb, gorilla Hebrew. That is totally different from the origins of man, the beginning of creation. How you trying to compare the two? Now, the origins of creation, the beginning of man, is created from the dust and created from the south of the back mother, Hama. That's what it's talking about, gorilla Hebrew. Wow. All right.
Notice he totally forgot one verse I cited too.
6:14.
Don't worry, we're gonna get it.
That's 6:14.
He got a cross-examination
I just written down the
from
verse.
hell.
It says 6:14. Say to whom belongs whatsoever is in the heavens and the earth. Say to Allah, He has taken upon Himself show mercy. He will certainly continue to assemble you to get a resurrection. There is no doubt. Those who believe His word and soul. Whom belongs to darkness of the night and the lightness of the day. He is all here, all knowing. All right. Well, let me see. Let's see what it says in 3:67 real quick. 3:67. It says, "Behold, you are those who disputed about that. People of the book, these disputes concerning Abraham, for the Torah and the gospel." And this is what he was trying to say. He was trying to suggest that who was the first Muslim? Muslim means those who submitted to Allah. Submission to Allah. So when you translate it, Muslimin or Muslim, Islam, which is mean Islam, which means peace and submission. All of the prophets were in submission to the Creator, for the Hebrew. So it wasn't saying that who's the first, quote unquote Muslim or the religion of Islam Muslim. It was making reference to all the prophets being submissive to the Creator, for the Hebrew. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna hear again.
All right, guys. Once again, this is Debate Talk View Radio.
I'm about to go back in. All right, I want to pick up right where I left off. I'll address everything that he was just talking about in the cross-examination. That was funny. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to Zechariah 12:10. And I will pour upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of grace and of supplications. And they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one mourneth for his only son, and shall be in bitterness for him as one is in bitterness for his firstborn. So it's a prophecy that the Messiah was going to be pierced and die, right? And then they would have to behold him upon his second coming. This is prophesied in the Old Testament, right? So you denying that who the world ignorantly calls Christ that happened to, you would have to then present the thesis as there's either going to be somebody else that fits that prophecy, or that's something that still is going to happen. You see what I'm saying? There's too many holes in that. I mean, you may present that happened to somebody else, so that still might be something that's going to take place, but you would have to make that argument. Our argument is going to be that the gospel of Jesus, which the Quran tells you to follow, speaks about him suffering, dying, getting buried, resurrection, and all that. So we just going with what the Bible say, just like your Quran tell you to go by, even though it contradicts what the Bible say. Anyway, let's go to back to Psalms 22 to 16 verse. For dogs have compassed me, the assembly of the wicked Having clothed me, they have pierced my hands and my feet. Again, it's talking about the piercings of the hands and the feet. Please show me whose hands and feet was pierced and put on that cross and died for the nation of Israel if it wasn't who the world ignorantly calls Christ, if he didn't die on that cross. That is a ridiculous fairy tale, okay? But this is going to be my favorite part. We're going to really get into Islam and its true foundations and origins, okay? A mosque in Damascus claims to have John the Baptist's head within a shrine, and many Muslims worship it, as many Catholics worship his arm at a cathedral in Jerusalem. What does it say in Deuteronomy 4:16? Lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female. How much more an actual limb of a man or a female to be worshipped? That is totally condemned by the Most High. But what are the Muslims doing? They worshiping a man's head in a shrine in the mosque. But you got the nerve to tell me that this is a religion of the Most High God? Get the hell out of here, man. Let me keep going. Let's go into the archaeology. Let's go into some scholarship. How about that? Okay, everybody who watching my online stream know what time it is. They can see some beautiful archaeology getting ready to present us some beautiful scholarship, and it's all praise to Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shai. Watch this. Archaeologists have uncovered temples to the moon god throughout the Middle East. From the mountains of Turkey to the banks of the Nile, the most widespread religion in the ancient world was the worship of the moon god. Now, again, it's talking about the Middle East, the mountains of the Middle East, and mountains of Turkey and also in other areas. But let's focus on the Middle East, Mount Paran, all these places where he was naming as places where the Arabs were heavy at, right? And the Arabs was bringing this religion of Islam to. In the first literate civilization, the Sumerians have left us thousands of clay tablets in which they describe their religious beliefs. As demonstrated by Sujerb and Hall, the ancient Sumerians worship a moon god who was called by many different names. The most popular names were Nana Suin and Asiam Babar. His symbol was the crescent moon. Is that not Islam's symbol? If you look at the picture that Sal put on this debate, it's a crescent moon with a star in it, symbolizing Islam. Let me continue, though. Given the amount of artifacts concerning the worship of the moon god, it is clear that it was the dominant religion in Sumeria. The cult of the moon god was the most popular religion in Sumeria, or my bad. The cult of the moon god was the most popular religion throughout ancient Mesopotamia. The Assyrians, Babylonians, and the Akkadians took the word Suin and transformed it into the word Sin as their favorite name for the moon god. As Professor Potts pointed out, Sin is a name essentially Sumerian in origin, which had been borrowed by the Semites, who were Shemitic. Oh, the Ishmaelites are Semites. In ancient Syria and Canaan, the moon god Sin was usually represented by the moon in its crescent phase. At times, the full moon was placed inside the crescent moon to emphasize all phases of the moon. Okay, now at the end of the presentation, I'm going to cite all my sources on this scholarship just so everybody know I'm coming with sources. This ain't just made up. I'm going to come with all my sources at the end of the presentation, okay, so y'all can understand. And I'm going to show it so y'all can look and write it all down on the live stream for those that are watching. Let me go to the next one. So it is a coincidence that this ancient crescent moon of the Middle East was used in pagan religion and worship, yet the Muslims adopted in the what is it, the 7th to 8th century AD? Okay, Osiris's symbol was a crescent moon and was the god of moon. The Babylonians worshipped the moon god Sin and seemed to derive it from Osiris. An ancient Egyptian Egyptian mythology, the sun god Ra was greater than the moon god, but not with the Babylonians, because in the Middle East, the moon god always had more precedence than the god of the sun. Okay, let me go to the next slide. For all y'all watching on the live stream, you can see the slide, an ancient tablet coming from the Middle East that shows pagan idols being worshipped, and it shows the crescent moon with that same star that the Muslims use today. Everybody that's watching it on the live stream can see it. Okay, I'm going to move to the next slide, though, briefly. Boom. Okay, the sun goddess was the wife of Sin. Okay, Sin being the moon goddess. And the stars were their daughters. For example, Ishtar was a daughter of Sin. In Acts 19:35 it says, and when the town clerk had appeased the people, he said, Ye men of Ephesus, what man is there that knoweth not how the city of the Ephesians is a worshiper of the great goddess Diana and of the image which fell down from Jupiter? So when we see the worship of the great goddess Diana, we're seeing the worship of this moon god Sin, of which Allah in Islam is derived from, who is symbolized by that crescent moon. And we see it if you read Acts the 19th chapter in its totality and contextually, you will see that this was something that was being condemned by the true followers of the Most High God. Okay, let me go back into this though. Thousands of inscriptions from walls and rocks in northern Arabia have also been collected. Reliefs and votive bowls used in worship of the daughters of Allah. Okay, in quotations, that's what they were called, the daughters of Allah, which Diana of Ephesus was one of them. have also been discovered. The three daughters, Alat, Al-Uzza, and Manat, are sometimes depicted together with Allah, the moon god, represented by a crescent moon above them. And for all those that are watching the live stream, they can see Allah sitting on the throne, a crescent moon above him, and his three daughters in ancient worship, okay, with a Akkadian cuneiform script on beside it, showing you where it derived from, okay? All right, let me go to my next slide. In Tel El Obid, a copper calf was found with a crescent moon on its forehead. An idol with the body of a bull and the head of man has a crescent moon inlaid on its forehead with shells. In the stela of Namu has the crescent symbol placed at the top of the register of gods because the moon god was the head of the gods. Even bread was baked in the form of a crescent as an act of devotion to the moon god. The of Chaldees was so devoted to the moon god that it was sometimes called Nanar in tablets from the time period. So we see that there was a pantheon of gods in the Middle East, and the chief of that pantheon was the moon god. That's the same thing we saw in Mecca when Muhammad brought that to Mecca, but we're going to get further into that here in a second. The archaeological evidence demonstrates that the dominant religion of Arabia was the cult of the moon god. In Old Testament times, Nabonidus from 555 to 539 BC, the last king of Babylon, built Tama, Arabia, which he said is the center, is the Mecca of Islam, built Tama, Arabia, as a center of moon god worship. Siegel stated South Arabia's stellar religion has always been dominated by the moon god in various variations. When the popularity of the moon god waned elsewhere, the Arabs remained true to their conviction that the moon god was the greatest of all gods. While they worshiped 360 gods at the Kaaba in Mecca, the moon god was the chief deity. Mecca was in fact built as a shrine for the moon god. The evidence reveals that the temple of the moon god was active even in the Christian era, going into the time leading up to the advent of Islam. Evidence gathered from both North and South Arabia demonstrate that the moon god was worshipped clearly active even in Muhammad's day, and was still the dominant cult. According to numerous inscriptions, while the name of the moon god was Sin, his titles were Al-Ilah, i.e. the deity, meaning that he was chief or high god among the gods. As Kuhn pointed out, the god Il or Ilah was originally a phase of the moon god. The moon god was called Al-Ilah, i.e. the god, which was shortened to Allah in pre-Islamic times. The pagan Arabs even used Allah in the names they gave their children. For example, both Muhammad's father and uncle had Allah as part of their name. So as we see, Islam is clearly just a reformation of ancient pagan Arabian moon god worship. Yet you mean to tell me that this is of the Most High God of the Bible, which condemns this practice, which condemn all of these practices? Are you out of your mind? Let me keep going. The fact that they were given such names by their pagan parents in reference to Muhammad's father and uncle, that Allah was the title for the moon god even in Muhammad's day. Professor Kuhn goes on to say similarly, under Muhammad's tutelage, the relatively anonymous Allah became Al-Allah, the God, or Allah, the supreme being. This was all Muhammad's doing. He took the moon god and made it the chief and only god of the Arabs, and then merged it with the God of the Bible and created this bootleg religion. This fact answers the question, why is Allah never defined in the Quran? That's a beautiful question. Why did Muhammad assume that the pagan Arabs already knew who Allah was? Muhammad was raised in the religion of the moon god Allah, but he went one step further than his fellow pagan Arabs. While they believed that Allah, i.e. the moon god, was the greatest of all gods and the supreme deity and a pantheon of deities, Muhammad decided that Allah was not only the greatest God, but the only God. So what Muhammad did was take these pagans and take the chief of the pagan deities and say, forget all of them, we just gonna worship this one, and created a monotheistic spin-off of an ancient pagan religion which they stole from civilizations that predated them. Okay, that's all Islam is. It's not of the Most High of the Bible. Okay, in effect, he said, look, you already believe that the moon god Allah is the greatest of all gods. All I want you to do is accept the idea that he is the only God. I am not taking away the Allah you already worship, which is the same thing that they did in Rome with the advent of Catholicism. They took the biblical characters and they took the pagan characters and they merged them and they created a bootleg or spin-off religion. Islam is the same thing that Roman Catholicism was to Europe. It just took place in Arabia, okay? This is seen from the fact that the first point, oh my bad, I'm going to start back up. I am only taking away his wife and his daughters and all of the gods. This is seen from the fact that the first point of the Muslim creed is not Allah is great, but Allah is the greatest, i.e. he is the greatest among gods. So calling him the greatest is basically insinuating that there are others. Why would Muhammad say that Allah is the greatest except in a polytheistic context? The Arabic word is used to contrast the greater from the lesser. That is true. Is seen from the fact that pagan Arabs never accused Muhammad of preaching a different Allah than the one they already worshipped. Okay, so let that sink in. No Arabs in the Quran ever accused Muhammad of preaching a God they knew nothing about. Okay, this Allah was the moon god according to the archaeological evidence. Muhammad thus attempted to have it both ways. To the pagans, he said that he still believed in the moon god Allah. To the Jews and the Christians, he said that Allah was their God too. Both the Jews and the Christians knew better, and that is why they rejected his God Allah as a false God. And that's what our people should be doing, rejecting God, that Allah is a false God and Islam is a false religion that is now the most high. All right, let me continue though. The Arabs worshipped the moon god as a supreme deity, but this was not biblical monotheism. While the moon god was greater than all other gods and goddesses, this was still a polytheistic pantheon of deities. Now that we have the actual idols of the moon god, it is no longer possible to avoid the fact that Allah was a pagan god in pre-Islamic times. It is any wonder then that the symbol of Islam is the crescent moon, that a crescent moon sits on top of their mosque and minarets, that a crescent moon is found on the flags of Islamic nations, that the Muslims fast during the month which begins and ends with the appearance of a crescent moon in the sky. We can clearly see that Islam is nothing but ancient pagan moon worship, okay? But it gets worse, okay? Let's go to, I'm going to give you a couple excerpts from the Encyclopedia of Islam. The Arabs before the time of Muhammad accepted and worshipped after a fashion a supreme God called Allah. This is another excerpt from the Encyclopedia of Islam. Allah was known to the pre-Islamic Arabs. He was one of the Meccan deities. So this is all this is a spin-off and emerging of an ancient pagan tradition with monotheistic ideology. Okay? Now let's go, let's see what the scriptures say. This is Deuteronomy 28 and 36. Okay, which James believes he's an Israelite based off the prophecies and the curses of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. So let's go there. Deuteronomy 28 and 36. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king which thou shalt set over thee unto a nation which neither thou nor their fathers have known, and there shalt thou serve other gods, wood and stone. So it was part of the curses on the nation of Israel that in us going into slavery, we will be forced into worshiping different idols, gods, and deities. And Allah being one of them, being the stone that's referred to here in Deuteronomy, the 28th and the 28th chapter, the 68th verse. That's clear. It's Deuteronomy 2 and 7. And I brought you into a plentiful country to eat the fruit thereof and the goodness thereof. But when ye enter, ye defiled my land and made my heritage an abomination. How did our people make the Most High's heritage an abomination? By following these other gods, Allah being one of them. It's Jeremiah 3 and 2. Lift up thine eyes up unto the high places, which high places indicate a place of pagan worship and idolatry, and see where thou hast not been lying with. In the ways hast thou sat for them as the Arabian in the wilderness. So it's telling us that we followed after the high places and the deities of the Arabian, and this is a negative thing. And thou hast polluted the land. How do we pollute the land? By following after the high places and the pagan deities of the Arabians, just as James is doing now. And have polluted the land with thy whoredoms and with thy wickedness. Now I'm going to skip to the 9th verse in Jeremiah 3. And it came to pass through the lightness of her whoredom that she defiled the land and committed adultery with stones and with stocks. So when you worship in Allah, when you're in the nation of Islam, when you're involved in any offspring of Islam or anything having to do with that Quran, you are committing adultery against the Most High God by worshiping stones and stocks. Okay, this is Jeremiah the 10th chapter, the 8th verse. But they are altogether brutish and foolish. The stock is a doctrine of vanities, meaning that idol is a doctrine of vanities. Islam, Allah is a doctrine of vanities. Thus saith the Holy Bible. Okay? Well, let me keep going, because it gets worse. We're going to really delve into what the Quran is saying and where it stems from. According to Islam, Muhammad's first revelation was the event in which Muhammad was visited by the Archangel Gabriel, who revealed to him a verse from the Quran. This event took place in a cave called Hira, located on the mountain called Jabal al-Anur near Mecca. Surah 18 is even called Al-Kahf, or the cave. Okay? Now, this cave, this might not seem like a big deal to everybody, but we're going to delve into why this is such a big deal. In pagan cultures, deities were worshipped in grottos, groves, and high places. In Catholicism, Mary's veneration is associated with caves, groves, and high places. I got a photograph of Mary appearing in a grotto or in a cave, okay, in a shrine dedicated to her, okay? Now let me continue. Caves are commonly used in ancient forms of paganism throughout the world as a location of shamanistic initiation. So that's what happened. That's why he went to that cave to get this knowledge, because it was a form of ancient pagan shamanistic initiation. And I'm gonna further prove that. The deep cavern was a place of religious power. The real threat implicit in the dangerous passage that must be made to enter the cave. Its remoteness from human habitation and the content of the images placed there all suggest that they are sites of ritual and power. Far away from the light of the sun and the stars, far away from the daylight world of ordinary life activity, they came into the uncanny, unchanging darkness as a return to the source of things, to a place of power. In coming to a place set apart where life and death meet, these early ancestors also came to a place between the worlds. The caves were very likely places for initiation and mystery ceremony. So that's what happened. He had an initiation in that cave, whose exact nature we can barely imagine. Pagan gods such as Zeus were said to be born in caves. So we see this is a theme common in pagan traditions, which we already proved. That whole Allah concept, that crescent moon concept, is a pagan tradition. Initiates traveled into the blackness and fear, facing the unknown, until the moment of revelation, when they met the animal spirits who protected the tribe and whose giveaway of flesh, skin, bone, and hoof. But in this case, it wasn't an animal spirit who protected the tribe. In this case, he said it was the archangel Gabriel. But it's still the same pagan theme. He's just trying to put biblical characters into it. Bone, hoof, and horn played such a role in their lives. Perhaps a vision quest or shamanic journey was played out in these lonely depths. Miracia Alay, for example, discusses the significance of stories about Zalmoxis and Pythagoras having descended into underground places where they remained for years, only to return to the surprise of all with new. It says with new and my bad, I lost my place. All right, 2 minutes. Let me turn this up. The significance of stories about Zalmoxis and Pythagoras having descended into underground places where they remained for years, only to return to the surprise of all with new, inexplicable knowledge. Just as mysteriously, Muhammad goes into this cave and emerges with new, inexplicable knowledge, which is the Quran. The same thing is said in ancient pagan traditions that predate the advent of Muslims. You see what I'm saying? This is where this comes from. That's all it is, okay? This is a quote. Retiring into a hidden place or descending into an underground chamber is ritually and symbolically equivalent to a catabasis or descensus ad infernus undertaken as a means of initiation. Let's see what a catabasis is. Catabasis in Greek mythology is an epic convention of a hero's trip into the underworld. During the first centuries of the Common Era, the descent into Hades, which is far before the advent of Islam, the descent into Hades, which have remained a literary topos throughout antiquity, became commonly used for descriptions of the good life. In Lucian's parody of the catabasis genre, for instance, a text written in the tradition of the Menippean satire, the hero goes down to Hades in order to see how one should live. Such caves or chambers were places of worship to which offertory gifts were lowered. Those offertory gifts indicate sun and moon worship. Jeremiah 7:18, the children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough and make cakes to the queen of heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. So as we see, all the themes and the foundations of Islam are clearly pagan in all aspects of the nature of it, okay, and are all condemned by the Holy Bible. You understand what I'm saying? That whole thing where he mysteriously goes into a cave to get his first revelation from the archangel Gabriel is nothing but an adaptation of ancient pagan traditions where people would go into the cave and some spirit would give them some ancient divine knowledge. Okay, it's all paganistic. It's not of the Most High God, and it's consistent with everything that is against the Most High God and the law, statutes, and commandments that he laid unto us.
All right, 20 minutes is up. Once again, this is Debate Talk for You Radio. I'm your host, Sal Showtime. That number is 646-716-7320. For those people that just joined into the show, the title of this debate is Islam a man-made religion? Is Islam a man-made religion? Of course, I want to publicly thank my special guest for coming on and bringing out that information to the masses out here. And for those people out there that's new to the show, the purpose of these debates are for you to take down your notes and to hear both sides, and also, you know, for you to study, show thyself approved. Make sure you study the information. So right about now, we're going to go into the cross-examination part of this debate. After the cross-examination, we're going to take a 7-minute intermission break, and after that, it's going to be a public Q&A. That's for you, the listening audience. We're calling with your questions and your comments. Feel free to call in and let us know who you think is making the better points here. Is Islam a man-made religion? or is it not? Make sure you call in. You know that number, 646-716-7320. Just press the number 1, and I'll add you in the conversation. But I see a lot of people already pressing that number 1, standing by patiently, so I appreciate everybody that stood by patiently for the public Q&A. But let's get into this cross-examination, guys. Let's get into it. So we're going to start off with Brother James asking questions to the Guerrilla Hebrew. And once again, the rules are if you take more than 2 minutes to answer a question, you're going to hear the buzzer sound. You know, you're going to hear the sound right here. Here's the sound. That means you're taking too long. It's time to go to the next question. So, you know, we're going to get it right into this. Once again, there's no foul language. And get your pen and pads ready, guys. Let's get this going. So let me open up the phone lines. Brother James, you can ask your question. I mean, you really go ahead.
Alright, yeah, first you know he broke the rules. He was supposed to be rebutting. And now he went in on stuff that he made allegations of that I can refute, but he was supposed to do it in the second round. And this round he was supposed to rebut it. But I can refute every single last claim that he made pertaining to the moon god. But you gotta give me time to do that because he broke the rule.
Yeah, you got 10 minutes, bro.
How did I break the rules?
All right. Now, pertaining to the moon god, he's trying to be slick too. You real slick, Guerrilla Hebrew. Pertaining to the moon god, okay, the moon god came with the Turks. The Turks are not the Arabs, Guerrilla Hebrew. Turks are not Arabs. They came with the Turks, and in fact, the Byzantines.
I just proved that the moon god came far before the Turks.
Oh, wait, you gotta mute him out. Because he tried to be slick.
Now I gotta get muted. This is a cross-examination.
Brother James, this is your question time for the brother. So make sure you ask questions, my brother. You gotta ask your questions to the brother. You know, let him know. You know what the question may be. So I pause the time and we put it back on. Go ahead, ask your question. You brother, go ahead.
No, we can't do the question because he went in on stuff that I can refute. He should have did that in the second round.
Well, I'm saying, if you ain't going to listen, then, you know, we're going to have to just move on, brother, to Elazar. That's the rules, my brother. It is what it is. This is the cross-examination time. So you got to cross-examine Guerrilla Hebrew. Okay, no doubt. All right. Okay, Guerrilla Hebrew.
Yes, sir.
In Deuteronomy 18:18, who is the prophecy being made in Deuteronomy 18:18?
Who the world ignorantly calls Christ.
Right. Okay, it says in Deuteronomy 18:18 that he will put his words in his mouth and he shall speak unto all that he shall command him. Okay. In John chapter 16, verse 12 and 13, who's that from? Great, bro.
Let me go to it. The Holy Spirit.
Okay, the Holy Spirit. Okay, so how can Jesus be the person that comes and show you all things when the Holy Spirit was supposed to do the same thing?
Because
that means that Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Finish your question so I can answer it in totality.
Okay, so the question is simple. How can Jesus be the one that comes and shall not speak of himself, but whatever you shall hear, he shall speak, and he will show you all the truth, if the Holy Spirit was to do the same thing, and that was after Jesus? So that means that Jesus made reference to one thing, and now it's saying in John that the same person was to come that you refer to as the Holy Spirit. So I want you to explain, did Jesus fulfill that prophecy, or is it the Holy Spirit?
Well, number one, the Holy Spirit is not a person. That's first and foremost. If we go to Deuteronomy 18:18, I don't understand how you say it's a contradiction. I will raise up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee. I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I should command him. It didn't say that he shall teach you all things. He shall speak all the things that the Lord commands him to speak, not all things. What you're doing is ripping that out of context and interpolating what you want to and using your rhetoric. It didn't say in Deuteronomy 18:18 that all things would be taught by this prophet. It said all things that the Lord commands this prophet to teach, he will teach.
Yeah, Brother James, you there? Hello?
Hello? Yeah, man. I had it on mute. Yeah, it says, Guerrilla Hebrew, it says, I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren like unto thee, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak all that I shall command him. John chapter
okay, look,
16,
like
it says how that when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth, but he shall not speak of himself, but whatever he shall hear, that he shall speak. So it is saying that whatever he shall hear, that shall he speak. Similar to what it's saying in Deuteronomy 18:19, that he shall speak unto all that he shall be commanded. So who is this person that was to come that shall speak all that he shall hear, Guerrilla Hebrew? That's the question.
The number one, the Holy Spirit is, like I said, it's not an individual. It's not an individual. It's not a person. It's not an individual.
No, you're saying that Jesus was supposed to be the person, right? Well, why?
I'm saying that Jesus is being referred to in Deuteronomy, the 18th chapter, the 18th verse.
And he was supposed to speak all that he shall be said, all that he shall hear, he shall speak.
All that he was commanded.
So why is the Spirit of truth, like what you're saying, that he was going to also speak all that he shall hear?
The Spirit of truth is not an individual.
So
it's a spirit.
Or is the Spirit of truth really Hebrew?
The Spirit of truth is being spoke about in John the 10th chapter, the 16th verse. In Deuteronomy the 18th chapter is speaking about who the world ignorantly calls Christ. I answered the question.
Oh, you didn't answer the question.
Yes, I did. Yes, how did I not answer the question?
Let's move on.
No. And real quick, look, just to further answer the question, every prophet speaks the things. Every prophet that's of the Most High speaks what he has commanded. So, if you want to make the argument that Jesus didn't speak all that he's commanded, or if the Holy Spirit is the one that's going to speak all that he's commanded, that's a ridiculous argument. I could go to any prophet and say that he spoke what he was commanded.
The prophecy says that he should not speak of himself. So we can't just get into part. He should not speak of himself, but all that is given to him from God.
And I could say that about every prophet that is in the Bible.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can't. Okay. So what prophet spoke of himself?
Well, first of all, like I said in my opening round. Hello?
Yeah, we here.
Like I said in my opening round, you don't even have no gospel. You have a gospel according to it. People telling what Jesus did. So this is not from Jesus. It's from Matthew, Mark, Luke, John giving an interpretation of what Jesus said. That's what that is.
Well, you just cut yourself. I can't wait till my cross-sex. You just cut yourself hard body.
Right. The Quran is directly the word that's been revealed from the angel Jibril to the Prophet Muhammad, and he's revealing it to the people. So it's directly from Allah, from the Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah, Allah the moon god. I don't doubt that.
Oh, right. But I definitely will refute that. I'm definitely going to refute that.
Okay, because it comes from the Turks, right?
Now, in the book, right. In the book of Genesis, Ishmael was promised a great nation.
Okay.
So the question is, what was the great nation? What was the great nation that Ishmael was promised?
The Ishmaelites.
That's it?
Yeah, that's what a nation is your descendants. Just like Israel was promised a great nation, which is the Israelites.
Okay, so
Ishmael, the Ishmaelites.
Yeah, right. So what would be the blessing? What would be the blessed great nation that Ishmael was promised? Came from the line of Ishmael. He
was to make a great nation. They would have a lot of people. They would have riches, things of that nature.
So what was the great nation?
The nation of Ishmael.
All right. So from the descendants of Ishmael came a prophet.
But the Quran says that the prophets only come from Isaac and Jacob.
And Ishmael.
Show me that. It says Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's the progeny of the prophets. I mean, I'm just going off what the Quran says.
I read it already.
Exactly. So I just don't understand how Ishmael's a prophet.
This is all prophecy. So the nation that you're speaking of, the great nation, started just with the lineage of Ishmael, but it manifested when they became a great nation, meaning that they came together because the tribes were warring with each other. So you can't just say Ishmael, that's the lineage of Ishmael. They united amongst the Ishmaelites, united under the banner of Islam. So the great nation came with the advent of Islam.
Okay,
so
but
once again,
does that prove that?
You saying that? Go ahead. What you gonna say?
I'm just saying, like, all that is cool and nobody's denying that, but that has nothing to do with proving that the religion that united them was from God.
What you talking about? That was the blessing that was given. You saying that he blessed them with a false prophet?
Listen, he number one, blessing them and increasing them in their numbers, increasing them in their riches, increasing them in their possession of land. That's how they became a great nation.
This is my question. Yes or no? Was the children of Ishmael blessed with a false prophet?
First, the prophet had nothing to do with them becoming a great nation.
You dancing through the Hebrew. You dancing.
I'm not dancing. What are you talking about? Listen, for me to say, I'm gonna get him right now.
You know that number, guys, 646-716-7320. Debate Talk for You time. And shout out to all those international listeners overseas checking out the show, sending me their emails at debatetalkforyou@gmail.com. And anybody out there, if you want to send me an email, that's debatetalkforyou, the number 4, and the letter U@gmail.com. Once again, we're getting closer and closer to the public Q&A, guys, so we can hear from the people that's listening to this debate. Once again, we're getting closer and closer. I see the number 1 piling up. People pressing the number 1. It's lined up on the switchboard. So we're going to get to you guys real soon. But we're still in the cross-examination part of this debate. So now we're going to go to the Guerrilla Hebrew. We're going to ask questions to Brother James. Once again, that's 10 minutes each. We're going to open up their phone lines. And Guerrilla Hebrew, go ahead with your questions, bro.
First, I just want to pick up where we left off on that whole thing. Just because Muhammad united them does not believe his alleged prophecy or him as a prophet in that book that he gave was divine. It just means that they came together. At the end of the day, they're still not the chosen people. So if they're not the chosen people, you would have to explain to me how their religion is that the chosen people should be following. Now let me begin to my questions. Does the Quran in Surah 3, the 3rd chapter, the 3rd verse to the 4th verse, tell you to follow the gospel?
Now you said Surah 3 what?
The 3rd verse to the 4th verse. It tells you to follow the gospel of Jesus.
It says, Allah is beside him, worship of the He has sent down to thee the book containing the truth, from which precedes it, and he sent the Torah and the gospel before this as a guidance to the people, and he has sent down the discrimination. Surely those who deny the signs of Allah shall be severely punished, and Allah is with more blood and mighty lie. Yes, he did send the gospels and the Torah.
Okay.
To Moses and Nabi Isa.
Okay. Now, with that being said, now if it tells us that he sent the gospels, and the gospels tell us things that the Quran goes against, for example, how who the world ignorantly calls Christ died on the cross and was resurrected and all that, why would you then believe what the Quran say over what the Gospels say, which was predated and the Quran commands you to follow?
Well, no, it's just acknowledging that was from Allah.
Okay, if it was from Allah, then it's the truth, right?
Wait. Let me finish.
Okay.
And it also states in the Quran that the Gospel and the Torah was corrupted. And we already know, really, dang on well. And history proves that. In Surah Al-Ma'idah, in chapter 5 of the Holy Quran, verse 13, it says, and indeed, Allah did take the covenant from the children of Israel.
Hold on, I'm like right in the middle of something.
Raised among them 12 leaders, and Allah said, surely I'm with you if you observe prayer and feed the God. Now, let's just talk about the covenant. Go to Hebrew. If you observe prayer and feed the God, and believe in my messengers and support them, and lend to Allah a goodly loan. And I will remove evils from you, and iniquities to grind the weak stream flow. But whoso from among you disbelieves it as indeed straight away from the right path. Go to Hebrew. Now, so, next verse it says, so, because of their breaking their covenant, we have cursed them, as you read and acknowledge in Deuteronomy 18:18, and have hardened their hearts. They pervert the words from their proper places, and have forgotten a good part of which they were exhorted, and thou wilt cease to discover treachery on these parts, except a few of them. So part of them, show forbearance, Allah leads those who do good to others. So, go to Hebrew. Yes. The messengers of Moses and that brought the Torah and Jesus the Injil, yes. In its pure form, yes, it was from Allah. But they corrupted the scriptures. You know, they had the council of Chalcedon. You already got it. I showed you different Bibles that got different translations, different Bibles that got different books that's mentioned in the Bible that ain't corrupted. It's clear. You can just look at history and see that. So,
Okay. Yeah, you taking way too long on that answer, and you didn't prove your point. You proved the Quran contradicted itself. I mean, it's telling you that this is from Allah. Like, I just want to know. How do you decipher? Listen, real quick. How do you decipher if it's corrupted? How do you decipher what part is meat and what part is bones as far as reading it?
Well, that's what the Quran is for.
Oh, okay.
That's why the Quran has been sent. It's been sent as a blessing and a guidance. That's why it says.
Sounds good. Okay, I want to move on to the next question. Can I move on to the next question because you're wasting all of my time?
Please do.
Now, next, I noticed how you conveniently, when addressing the whole thing of creation, totally ignored one verse I brought out, which was Surah 19:67. So, which says we're created from nothing. Now, I could accept that whole explanation for the sperm and for the blood and the congealed blood. But what about when it says we're created from nothing? When it said we created from the dust? What about that?
What was it? Allah created. I mean, you can't even acknowledge that. Allah created the dust.
The Most High created the dust. Okay, but okay, so
that's the answer. Allah created. He is the origin of all creation. Okay. What was the creation before he created it? He created it out of nothing.
All right.
Come on, grow the Hebrew.
No, but I'm just he's skipping steps now. I just don't get it. Anyway.
Okay, right. Everybody else know what I'm talking about. But go ahead.
All right, he's skipping steps now. All the verses now. Look, I noticed when you were dealing with some of the Quranic verses that I mentioned, you read a translation which differed from the translation that I was reading. I know there are various translations to the Quran, just as there is to the Bible, which is understandable, you know, whatever. That's not that big of a deal, and that doesn't truly even attest to corruption. But what I do when people bring out different different translations from the translation that I'm bringing, I go into the original language it was written in, which in my case would be Hebrew, your case Arabic, and read word for word and break down and explain word for word what's being said. Can you do that in all the verses where you allegedly refuted what I brought out in reference to the contradictions of the Quran?
So obviously I don't have enough time to do all of them. If you can give me a specific verse, which one that you want to break down?
Can we do Surah 10, 90 to 92?
You said Surah 10.
Uh-huh.
Hold on, wait. Surah 10, 90 to 92. Hold on a second. Surah 10, 90. Now, what type of Quran do you have? Because, you know, my Quran starts off, all right, here we go. You said 90 to 92, so it would be 91 in my Quran.
Okay.
It says, Is it the verse that says, "And those who make excuses from the Bedouins"?
It's
Keep asking for permission.
not. It's talking about the Pharaoh. I'm talking about the Pharaoh.
Yeah, I answer it. Well, I answer it the next time because I was trying to figure out what.
No, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. And also, now still, dealing with the whole thing on who the first Muslim is. I want to like when you responded to the verses that I brought out. I feel like it was like inadequate and insufficient. It still didn't resonate to me the clarity of who the Quran said the first true follower of Allah was. So if you could maybe possibly go into a Quranic verse and kind of give some clarification on that.
Now you refer to who the first followers of the Quran was?
The first followers of Allah, the first true followers of Allah, the first Muslim.
Well, according to Islam, the first Muslim, or the first person who was in submission to Allah, is Adam.
Okay, but why does it say the same thing about Moses and Abraham and Muhammad?
Because Muslim is not a title that you receive. You're talking about a dogmatic version, and you're looking at it from a dogmatic.
No, I understand that.
I'm answering your question.
Okay, go ahead.
Muslim means submission.
Okay.
Muslim means submission. So Adam was in submission to Allah. Thus, in the Arabic language, it will be translated as Muslim. So was Abraham. He was a Muslim. So was Isaac, Ishmael, etc.
But it claimed that these individuals were the first one. That's what I'm saying is, it says that Adam is the first one, but then it said that Moses and Abraham and Muhammad, it says that all of them were the first to be in submission. So,
Alright guys, 10 minutes is up. Once again, this is Debate Talk You Radio. Once again, that number is 646-716-7320. The title of this debate is Islam a Man-Made Religion? Is Islam a Man-Made Religion? So right about now, we're going to take a 7-minute intermission break.
It's intermission, so
relax for a little bit.
We're going to turn up for that intermission real quick. Shout out everybody rocking in the live stream. Y'all see it. I understand that I guess my slides were stuck. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over the slides right now so everybody can see the slides and the information that I was bringing with them slides. If Tazapanya, if you in the building, or any other brothers that's in the building that probably is going to call me, whatever you're going to say, just drop it in the box because I want to go over this so everybody can get this information that I missed. Look, Tazapanya calling. I knew he was gonna call me. Tazapanya, I know this is probably delayed, but you know, watch this though. I want to where I'm at. Right here. Boom. This is what Tazapanya just sent me real quick. This is hilarious. I'm gonna go back to this PowerPoint though. Boom. Okay. All right, we in the building. Everybody in the building. Hold on. All right, let me get these slides right. Shout out to the brother Sakawar getting ready to debate. He just hit me up. But let me go to this. Okay, boom. As we see, this is predates anything Islamic. This is ancient moon worship. As we see the crescent moon, the star, all of that. This is Allah with his 3 daughters, the crescent moon. Now they try to refute the moon worship, and he's trying to say that the Turks introduced it. As you can see clearly by the information that I am presenting, this predated any Turkish empire. This goes back to the ancient Sumerians and all sorts of Mesopotamian and Middle Eastern and Arabic forms of pagan religion and worship. Okay, this predates all of that, and he definitely don't got nothing to say about the shamanistic initiation of Muhammad allegedly receiving the first Quranic verse from Gabriel. Okay, definitely don't got that. This I put in there just for shits and giggles, as y'all see. Shout out to brother, shout out to Teddy Turnage, the brother Soccer War as well again. The brothers hit me up on Facebook right now. These are just the information I was reading. Just bring that. This was when it got to the whole thing about the grottos and the caves and all that. I'm showing this Mary seen in the grotto or the cave. But I want to finish. I gotta finish that on my closing. Man, but as y'all see, that's all it is. This is all ancient pagan religion. That's all it is, man. Man, of course, his name is Amon Ray, man. He don't believe in the Bible, but I see Amon, he always come through and support, man. But you got to get right with the Lord, Amon. Come on, King. Shout out to everybody in this live stream, though, man. Really appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? But as we see, this Islam, man, the rabbit hole go deep on this motherfucker, man. That dude was lackluster. You see him dance. He can't even go to the Arabic. He tried to act like he blatantly pulled the wrong verse. I told him, sir, 1091. He already knew what I was talking about because he already went to it. Then what happened? You feel what I'm saying? So that's just funny. He pulled it like that. But that's all good because the people seeing here what's going on. So, you know, Kala Yahabashim Yahshua, the truth is getting out there. They saying Amon is a Hamite. He ain't no Hamite, man. Amon Ray is a Hebrew Israelite, man. Okay? And like the majority of Hebrew Israelites, he's into some foolishness. He's following after the ways of the heathen and the other nations. Okay? You know what I'm saying? That's a telltale sign of a Hebrew Israelite. If he's cleaving unto the gods and the customs of a heathen nation. You know what I'm saying? Now there is some tares among us, but this dude is Israelite, man. You can clearly see that. I'm hungry as hell, man. But yeah, man. Again, appreciate everybody that's tuning in. You know, shalom to anybody I ain't greeted. You know, shalom Yahabashim Yahshua Barakatah. You know what I mean? This dude is real light work. Let me Let me put this picture. I really like this picture right here. You're gonna have to stop worshiping that moon god, man. That's period.
All right, guys, we are back. You're now listening to Debate Talk for You, and you are officially inside the Lions. That's right, guys. We got more debate for you guys once again. For those people that just joined to the show, my special guest is Brother James versus the Guerrilla Hebrew, and the title of this debate is Islam a man-made religion? Is Islam a man-made religion? Once again, the number is 646-716-7320. And going to the people right about now to hear what they got to say. And once again, when I open up your phone line and say your name, where you're from, and get into your questions. Once again, guys, don't foul language or else you're going to be automatically blocked from the show. We keep it clean out here. We have people listening with their kids, checking out the Debate Talk Radio. So I'm going to ask everybody out of respect, make sure you don't foul language. So let's go to the people. Let's see what they got to say. Let's go to the first person up. 267-401. You're live on Debate Talk for You.
How you doing, Showtime? This is Marksman from Rebel Alliance Media, YouTube.com/Rebel Alliance Media, the tragedy of the Ram. How you doing?
What's going on, my brother?
Yeah, this question is for Brother James. If you want to know how I feel about Hebrew Israelitism, you can check out YouTube.com/Rebel Alliance Media. But this question for James, I have a list of questions. I don't expect them to all be answered, but I want to save them just in case if anybody else want to take these questions down as notes. My first question is, I want James to prove that Abraham existed, because James is using the Bible, he's using biblical history to prove Islam when he knows that there's proof that the Bible is not divinely inspired. My next question is, did the Hebrew God aid in the establishment of another religion? According to James, the Hebrew God aided in the establishment of Islam. My next question is, can prophecies of two different religions coexist? Because we all know a prophecy means a prophet, and a prophet is one that claims to be divinely inspired. So can prophecies of two different religions coexist? My final question is, if you use Ishmael as proof of the establishment of Islam, if you believe that Ishmael is the father of the Arabs, why not believe that Jacob is the father of the blacks? Because you know the Hebrew Israelites teach that Jacob is the father of the blacks. If you're using Ishmael as proof of Islam and saying that Ishmael is the father of the Arabs, how can you use that when you know that the Hebrew Israelites say that Jacob is the father of black people? And you're a black person, you're not an Arab. And I know that, the Guerrilla Hebrew would agree with me with that specific question. You understand? So that's all I got to say for right now.
All right. Now, you asked 4 questions. Now, repeat your first question, and then you should have let me answer the question that you said.
I know I asked 4 questions, but like I said, I didn't expect them to all be answered at once. I just wanted to put it out for record purposes. But my first question is, prove that Abraham existed. The reason why I'm asking this question is because you're using biblical history to prove Islam when you know that there is proof that the Bible is not divinely inspired and there is no record of Abraham.
Now, the record of Abraham is with his descendants, Isaac and Ishmael. You just alluded to that his children, Jacob, the seed of Abraham. How do you acknowledge the seed of Abraham? But
No, you're not understanding my question. You already know my position. I don't believe none of those.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you. The proof of Abraham's existence is his descendants. The question would be, we know historically that there were people such as the different tribes of Israel. Those are historical people that can be proven. And also the descendants of Ishmael, they refer to the people in Arabian Peninsula as the Hagarites, which would be the mother Hagar, and also Ishmaelites. That would be the proof.
Let Alazar jump in. You want to say anything, Alazar? Go ahead.
I would like to say that hey, what's going on, Marksman? Those were good questions, and really, I don't have too much to say about it. I just want to know if Marksman liked the catabasis information that I was going into. You like that, Marksman?
Who is this? Brother, the Gorilla Hebrew?
Yeah, this is me, bro.
Yeah, I believe that according to the context of the debate, that you got it, brother. You got it. I mean, you know my position on Hebrew Israelitism, but in the context of the debate, you got it. I mean, I'm just, because like I said in my last question, if you are using that Ishmael is the father of the Arabs, and you're not an Arab, if you're using that Ishmael is the father of the Arabs, why not agree with the Hebrew Israelites that that Jacob is the father of the black people?
And I believe that James even actually believes that Jacob is the father of the black people.
Well, yeah, there is no doubt that the descendants, I believe, that the descendants of Isaac, are the 12 tribes of Israel. Now, exactly a bloodline, that is questionable. You know what I'm saying? Because we know that the Israelites, migrated throughout Africa and intermingled with several people in Africa. So, as far as the bloodline, now that's questionable. Now, as far as with the Ishmaelites began with Ishmael, which was the son of Abraham, and Hagar, the Egyptian maidservant, as it says in the Bible, which is Egyptian. She was black too. When you look at the Ethiopians, this is proven historically. Priscilla W. Houston wrote a book called Ethiopian and the Kushite Empire, where the Ethiopians, the descendants of the people in Southern Arabia, goes back to Ethiopia. So they were black too. So it's like, I don't really see your point in the whole matter. It's just what it is. They both were black people.
Alazar, you can reply quickly, then we got to move on to the next person. Go ahead.
I just want to say I appreciate that, Marksman, and I just look forward to some of the further information I'm getting ready to bring out regarding the shamanistic initiation that Muhammad went through and that what the Quran was all about. I feel like you would appreciate that just based on your knowledge of the occult. Other than that, I ain't got nothing to say.
All right, well, again, we're going to go to the people. This is the public Q&A, guys. This is your time to ask your questions, your comments. We got people listening all across the globe. If you're an international listener, you got to call via Skype. And you know the number, 646-716-7320. Once you call in via Skype, just press the number 1. But everybody else in the U.S. is calling directly to your phone, 646-716-7320. Say your name, where you're from, and get into your question. Let's go to the people. Let's see what they got to say. Let's go to 202-575. You're live on air.
Hey, how's it going? This is Carlos B. Jones, a.k.a. Stalo Jenkins on Facebook. Yeah, how you doing, my brother? I'm well. How's it going? Good. Got a question? Yeah, I'm calling from D.C. I just wanted to say a couple things, and I do. It's going to anyway become a question. Now, I feel like a lot of times when the debate or this conversation even comes up, a lot of times it's loaded with hate and it's loaded with contempt for one another without any adequate knowledge. So, Islam, I feel, is emphasizes prayer and faith emphasis that a lot of people, I think, want to escape from, and, a lot of times they take the context and knowledge that they talk of Islam and its development and other spiritual development, period, throughout Africa, everything. But the prophet said you have to seek knowledge to be close to God. And, no one trying to add anything to, the Torah nor the Gospels. The Bible is true. The Quran is true. Now, the Quran confirms, many things. It confirms things that otherwise a lot of us wouldn't understand, like for instance, it confirms that the Hebrews and the so-called Egyptians were truly of the same spiritual root. Now, because we know history, right? We can start to decipher what that means. But it tells you that Pharaoh was then stubborn and arrogant, even though he actually knew who the true Most High God was. It was of the tradition anyway, but it was also of their, more recent tradition to try to elevate themselves above God, which they were doing. He was being stubborn, arrogant, even though he actually knew the Most High. And then this downfall came. Like, it gives us a lot of different, varying degrees of analysis the more we study. And we have to study, even in the Bible. In the Bible, it tells you that Christ was taken down from the cross. Okay? He gave us his spirit on the cross, but usually you die on the cross. Usually you stay up there and you wither for days. They took him down due to the Sabbath, according to John. And I'm only coming from memory because I'm trying to use my phone and that's all I got. I can't really do too much. But in reality, though, in John it tells you that due to the fact that God spoke to Christ and he understood that all the prophecies that he was to fulfill were fulfilled, and he then ascended his spirit up to God. They took him down from the cross and pierced him, and blood flew. So that's a sign of heart beating and life, which some people interpret it that way, but that's just an interpretation. That's all that.
Yeah, I would say that. I agree with your interpretation, and that's why I said it was made to appear as one crucified. That's why it says that in the verse that was mentioned early in Surah Al, I think it's Surah Al, what he said, chapter 4, verse 157. So, yes, I, definitely agree with you on that interpretation. So, that's what's up. It's just basically understanding the interpretation of the scriptures is, you might want to have a debate on that next week, where, it's totally laid out if you really read it with a critical eye as to what was going on pertaining to Jesus. And, as he was made to appear like one crucified, it says it alludes to the fact that he was, dressed like a gardener, and, all that is in the context of him actually surviving the crucifixion, like what you just said. There's plenty of information out there that shows and reveals that truth. So, the problem is that we're dealing with people who were told an interpretation as to what happened, and once again, the corruption of the Bible by the white man. So definitely, I agree with you, brother. Like, believable.
Only thing I have to say is, from my understanding of the verse that I read in the Quran, it says that he wasn't even put on the cross, that it was some type of switcheroo that occurred. So, in somebody saying that and trying to clean it up in that way, according to what I have learned from the Quran, now again, I'm not that well versed in the Quran, but according to what I have seen illustrated by the Quran, he wasn't even at the event of the crucifixion. So, I mean, you would have to explain that. Maybe maybe I don't understand something, but that would definitely something that has to be explained, because as of now, I can't accept all that's just been discussed because the Quran said that a switcheroo took place.
All right, well, you just again, guys, that debate is next week. Make sure you tune in. Debate talk for you, Imam.
Sal getting his numbers.
You don't want to miss that debate once again. It'll be next Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern time. So you can tune in. Did Jesus die on the cross? Debate Talk Free Radio. Let's go to the next person. Let's see what they got to say. 314-680. Live in air.
What's going on, Sal? What's up, Gorilla Hebrew? What's up, James? Peace to everybody in the house.
Laurent, what's good, my brother?
What's good, man? I gotta definitely give it to Elazar, the Gorilla Hebrew, because number one, he came with his info. And then when it was time for you, James, to deliver, man, when you was rebuttaling some stuff, man, you kind of was shook up. I can kind of see you kind of wasn't on it. You didn't know he was going to piece you up like that. But, yeah, this what I got for you, James. I want to see if you well versed in the Bible, right?
All right, we'll see. Yeah.
Okay, Daniel 7 and 7 and 24. It says, and the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise, and another shall arise after them, and he shall subdue. He shall be diverse from the first and subdue 3 kings. Are you familiar with that verse?
You said Daniel what?
Yeah, 7 and 24. Wait, read it again.
It says, in the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise, and another shall rise after them, and he shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings.
Okay, yeah, well, my interpretation of it is kind of making reference to the, the Roman Empire.
Okay, yeah, so there rise up out of the 10 kings, there rise up out of one more horn, and he subdues 3 of the kings. He's diverted from the 10, right? So he's against the 10. Let me show you who the beast is, and let me show you who's a part of the beast. Because I hope you know that Islam and the Arabs will greatly be a part of that beast in the last days. They will subdue the European Union and make war against them. And let me show you that. I'm going to hit you with one more scripture, and then you can answer this. Daniel chapter 8. It says, chapter 8 and 8. It says, therefore, can you hear me? It says, therefore the heat go wax very great, and when he was strong, the great, like a little echo sound. You want to speak somebody? No, I'm not on speakerphone. Somebody, can you hear it? Yeah, it's not doing it no more. Okay. It says, therefore the heat go wax very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken. And 4 it came up 4 notable ones towards the 4 winds of heaven. Now watch this. It says, out of one of them came forth the little horn, which the little horn is the Antichrist, or the person that's against Christ, which waxed. Watch where he waxed great at. It says, which waxed exceeding great towards the south. Now watch this. And towards the east and towards the pleasant land. That means he's going to wax great in the east, Iran, Iraq, Arabia, and those areas, and towards the south, which is dealing with Egypt, and also towards the pleasant land. Do you know that's very associated with Islam and the Arabs? And he's going to wax great in those areas.
I think you're stretching that one, because when you look at the history of the Roman Empire, they spread it to those areas as well. And then the fact it would be the advent of Islam, that would, support the inclusion of not only the Holy Roman Empire, but also the Byzantines, because the Byzantines, they were really the Eastern Roman Empire. So that's what it was talking about.
All right, GUERRILLA Hebrew, go ahead.
I don't really have too much to respond on that. Peace to Laurent.
That's over there.
Let's move on to the next person. And once again, if you're Debate Talk Radio, this is your time, guys. If you have any questions or comments, you know that number, 646-716-7320. Is Islam a man-made religion, or is it not? Let us know. Once again, that number is 646-716-7320. We're about to go to the next person, see what they're going to say. 917-657. You're live on Debate Talk Field. Unmuted. Yes.
You know who it is. Bashir in the building.
Bashir, what's good, beloved?
You know, I'm maintaining, brother. I'm maintaining.
I see you.
Can't wait to,
I said, I see you, brother.
Yeah, sure. You know what it is. Listen, real quick for the people. We have to understand how to judge a debate. We really do. This don't have nothing to do with theological differences or what we believe or who God we worship. If you understand how a debate structure is formulated and how you decide who presented the information the best and brought more to the other, that's how you decide the debate. Now, I know that people are using bias, they're allowing their biases to judge. And it's fine. And I know it's fine with Brother James as well, but it's absolutely fine with me because it's always in the archive. And truth will always be there. And if you don't see it, then your children will see it. And if your children don't see it, their children will see it. And that's where the line is going to cut.
That's true.
But anyway, I'm saying that to say this. Hebrew, I don't want to call him gorilla because that insinuates that he had some type of power and brought some information. But nobody really understood what he was bringing this entire time. All they heard in reality was a bunch of verses, right? Listen to this. He ran his first round. He threw out 100 Quranic verses in 20 minutes and was like, look, this is contradictory, that's contradictory, that's contradictory. And then at the same time, he does two important things to let you know he don't know what he's talking about. He admitted inside this discussion that he's not well versed on the Quran. You know what I'm saying? So how he going to speak of it? Now, it's on the contrary, and I'm gonna be very quick because I know I could be long-winded, but it's the contrary. See, with Brother James and myself, and I'm gonna speak some more to ourselves, and black people in America in general, see, that Bible we were born with. You understand? So we were born with that in our mouth. We were born with that in our family. So we have experienced that information. So for you to even step and bring out the Quran, you will have to show and prove that you have the capability of actually doing that, and he doesn't. And he also has to show that he has the capability of interpreting the biblical scriptures as well, because he never used any Hebrew references as James did, and he even said that wrong. You know what I'm saying? Hebrew gorilla, I'm saying. So he didn't even use the language. So Brother James not only used the language of the Quran, every verse he used the Arabic language for you, every verse he told you what it meant. So therefore, Hebrew gorilla had no contest in that. So I'm gonna stop there. Next Friday, let him respond. Let him respond. Let him respond. Yeah, gorilla, you respond. Go ahead, brother.
It's funny that he wants to question how well versed I am in the Quran. When he encountered the brothers from ISU Pecan Harlem, he couldn't even pull a law against homosexuality in the Quran. So that's funny. But the whole thing is, whether I'm well versed in the Quran or not is actually, in all actuality, irrelevant. I pulled verses and I gave James the opportunity to expound on the verses to correct me if what I saw as a contradiction was in fact not. He didn't do that in every case. In some of the cases where he attempted to do that, it was very shaky. Now, in sense of actually reading the language, now understand something. The majority and the masses of the listening audience do not understand Arabic or Hebrew. I'm not going to waste precious moments in presenting a lot of insurmountable information that I am presenting to refute your entire belief system in actually reading the language when I can read it in English so people can understand. Now, if asked at any moment, we could go into the Hebrew on any Bible verse and I could read and expound word for word. And I actually asked James to do that on the cross-examination if you weren't paying attention, and he didn't do it, okay? But like I said, as far as the Yiddish form of the transliterated Hebrew that appears in the New Testament, I'm not as fluent in the white man's version of the language. I am fluent in the paleo version of the language. So that's just in retrospect to everything he just said right now.
Well, it was obvious that, during the rebuttal round, I answered just about all of the claims that he made, all of the accusations that he tried to postulate, which was very weak accusations, and it shows that he admitted that he has no knowledge of the Quran. Now,
I didn't say no knowledge, not no knowledge.
He didn't rebut anything I said. He didn't rebut not one thing that I said.
You know why the reason I didn't? Can I explain? Can I explain the reason I didn't?
Oh, there you go, right there.
Can I explain the reason why I didn't? Listen. Now look what Imam Bashir is doing. Look what James doing. You see him? You see what they do? Go ahead, Bashir.
No, I just wanted to say this.
Go ahead, brother.
Y'all got other colors to say.
Yeah.
No, what I wanted to say is you just made the point clear. You just said, one, you're not that well versed, and then you said, two, I didn't refute what he said. Now look, everybody can take it or leave it, but what I'm gonna tell you is this, my beloved brothers, if you want to play with the scriptures because what you don't understand, and I want to make this last point. If you're going to say that Ishmael and Isaac, who are brothers, and you want to separate them as
There's different people.
God did that, not me.
Hold up. No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying our Hebrew brother in general.
Okay.
But a brother like Hebrew Gorilla, no disrespect, whose mother is white or Caucasian, right? Black father, white mother. If you are going to reject Ishmael, then we should reject Hebrew Gorilla, because Hebrew Gorilla and Ishmael's relationship with their mothers and fathers is exactly identical. So how are you going to reject your brother?
Iman. Wow. Iman, I don't understand how my relationship is the same as Ishmael's with his mother and father. I wasn't forsaken by my father to live with my mother. It was actually the exact opposite. Anyway, for him to make that statement, as far as Ishmael being separated from Isaac and Abraham, had nothing to do with his mother being of another race. It had something to do with the Most High God's election. Now, if you say that, then that would defeat all of Israel. You see what I'm saying? Because all 12 patriarchs of Israel took women of other nations to produce the 12 tribes of Israel. That is a ridiculous argument. That's an argument that holds no weight. And I like how you got off immediately as soon as you said that, because you knew I was going to cut right through it.
Well, I think what he was making reference to was that the fact that you had the Egyptian maidservant Hagar, which is Egyptian, and she had children with Ishmael. And so to make a suggestion that, he was promised a great nation. So, to make a suggestion that, the real seed of Abraham is just Isaac will be preposterous. Now, both of them were his seed, and both of them were blessed. Isaac had prophets, messages come from amongst them, united them as a nation. You say it's over. It's not a religion. That this is that the Israelites, is a nation that was united under the Torah, or the Torah that was revealed to Moses. So they are in tune with each other. The messenger from Allah brings a rule or a code of conduct to establish them as a nation, period. So you cannot deny the fact that when it happens to Ishmael and promise, oh no. And he didn't answer the question even on the question and answer when we was both on the line. When I asked him, are you trying to suggest that Abraham's seed falls to any false prophet to unite them as a nation? He still has yet to answer that. He didn't answer anything. So it's like, it's really preposterous. You know what I'm saying? So that is what it is. I'll let y'all ponder on that one.
All right, can I bring out this verse out before we get to the next caller?
Okay.
All right, this is Isaiah 45:4, and this is what it's all about, okay? Isaiah 45:4. For Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel mine elect. So the Lord's elect and his chosen is Israel. Now they could do whatever the hell they want to do down there at the Sinai Peninsula, or where is it? Arabia, Mount Paran. They could do whatever they want to do down there. They can worship wherever the hell they want to, because they're not the elect of God, and they don't have a chance anyway, according to the Bible. I have even called thee by thy name. I have surnamed thee. Thou hast not known me. Okay, so it's talking about the wickedness of our people. But the Lord is saying that we are his servant, we are his elect, and we are those who he has called by name. And that's what the prophets are always sent to do, to bring our people back to who we are. That's what I'm trying to do to James right now, bring him back to who he is. Because in all of this establishing Ishmael and his nation, at the end of the day, James, do you consider yourself a descendant of Ishmael?
Well, yeah, I definitely consider myself to be a descendant of, Israel as far as the prophecy, but bloodline.
Okay.
Now, first of all, what you make reference to is that yes, he did choose Israel. The Quran acknowledged that he chose Israel. He acknowledged that he chose Isaac. The Bible acknowledged that he chose Isaac and Ishmael. He named Ishmael too.
He didn't say he chose. Show me where the Bible says he chose Ishmael. Okay, he blesses, but look, this is the thing. God blesses many nations.
The elephant in the room is the great nation came with the advent of Islam. There's no other great nation that came from that area. So was it a false prophet that he said that Israel is a great nation?
All right, real quick, let me bring this verse out. This is what. Look, listen. I can answer the question easily, regardless of you talking. Now, look, regardless, I'm trying to answer the question.
Yes or no?
Regardless of well, all right. Now, look. I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to find a verse, and you keep talking before I even can answer the question. You see how excited he is because he been getting beat down for the last 2.5 hours, so now he's excited that he think he can get a jab in. Now that's all that's about. Now look, regardless of anything you say, the fact of the matter is, if Muhammad brought things that were contrary to the scriptures, which I already proved, he brought things contrary to the scriptures and contrary to his own scriptures. How could he be of the Most High God? If he brought a religion that was a carbon copy of ancient pagan religions, if him getting his knowledge was a carbon copy of ancient shamanistic initiations, how could he be of the Most High God? That in itself is a testimony to that. Now, did God say that he was going to make the descendants of Ishmael great? Yes, you got the Saudis that's getting all kind of money off that oil. Are they not? They are a great nation. They are rich. Dubai, some people call that heaven on earth. So the nation and the descendants of Ishmael have become great, but they are not the elected. They did not have the divine knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that only Israel has. Now, the verse I want to bring out real quick, it's going to show something, okay? The Most High God does bless and do good things. Hold on. The Most High God does bless and do positive things for the nations that are outside of Israel. But again, Israel is the elect, his chosen, and the people who he has given divine knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Let me bring my verse out. Let me speak. All right. Now see what he does. Now look. This is Amos 9:7. Are ye not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, saith the Lord? Have not I brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt, and the Philistines from Caphtor, and the Syrians from Ker? What is this telling us here in Amos 9:7? It said he brought us out of Egypt, he brought the Philistines out of a captivity, and he liberated the Syrians out of the captivity. Now the Lord does bless other nations and look out positively for other nations in certain cases and instances, just as he did for the descendants of Ishmael. But at the end of the day, the prophethood, the divine knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and the ultimate election as the Lord's chosen to reign supreme over the entire planet Earth was given to the nation of Israel and the nation of Israel only. And any spiritual system outside of the nation of Israel's spiritual system is against the Most High God, which proves that Islam is a man-made religion because it goes against the ancient spiritual system of the nation of Israel. Okay, that's the point.
Okay, two things. Two things. Now he made mention of the great nation and the oil and the Arabs and all that. But okay, now prove historically that Israel had a great nation. And what was that nation that established from them? First
off, number one, no.
You know what I'm saying? So that's number one. Number two, what united them? What united them? This is before the oil. This is before all the other stuff they named Dubai and all that. What united them? Islam united them. So the question would now be, he still never said yes or no, maybe so, was the blessing through a false prophet? See, he can't answer that question because he's in a quagmire. You know why he's in a quagmire? Because that would go against the very scripture that he alleged to be.
I answered the question several times.
See, you don't want to answer the question.
I answered the question. Oh, he got me muted.
And over there, but he still never said yes or no, because if he say yes, then no to it. Abraham was blessed with the seed, and he kept on repeating it. Your seed shall be blessed. Your seed shall be blessed. I will bless Ishmael and Isaac. He will have a great nation. I will bless the children of Israel. I covenant. So he would say all that to Abraham and then send him a false prophet. Come on, man, let's keep it real. That's all you got to do.
Alright, man. We got like 14 minutes on the air, guys. We got 14 minutes on the air. For those that are new to Debate Talk for You, once the 14 minutes is up, you're going to go into the overtime part of the show. So before the time runs out, you're going to have to listen to the show. The rest of the show via phone or via Skype. Once again, you know that number, 646-716-7320. So you can hear the overtime part of the show, or we can get to the final statements of Debate Talk for You for this debate. But we got to go to the people, guys. We got to go to the people. We got a lot of people standing by, waiting to ask their questions and their comments. Once again, is Islam a man-made religion? Do you agree with the information that's been put out there?
Let us know. Let us hear your voice. Know that number, 646-716-7320. Let's go to the next person. 678-557. You're live on the Beat Talk Field.
Black African power. God killing a house. What's up, family? Representing the real black atheist, powered by the Amon-Ra Squad. I want to give a quick shout out to the Ram Society of the Ram. The brothers is doing real good work, and I appreciate them always having my back. A shout out to Bashir too, you know what I'm saying, and the two young brothers that was debating. It's very interesting. If you really want to judge the debate, you got to have one of the real black atheist minds. See, because I can sit back and really pay close attention to what was said. Now, let's deal with the question at hand. Is Islam man-made? Well, of course it is. If something is man-made, I mean, a person, a man or a woman, made it. So on that alone, if you don't think the Quran is man-made, meaning made by a man and written down, then you're crazy. So of course, Islam is man-made. The brother, Hebrew, GUERRILLA Hebrew, he clearly showed archaeology. Now, from our conversations back and forth, I've talked to both of the brothers, right? And I'm glad that the Hebrew brother, GUERRILLA Hebrew, he brought out archaeology. Watch this. Archaeology, right, is made by people. Real simple. And he showed symbols from pre-existing cultures that you later on find in Islam. That's how religions come about. Religions just don't fall out the sky. Now, if you're inherent to the religion, you think it fell out the sky and God did it. But the truth is, right, that cultures are spread and things are borrowed from certain cultures. Even the Great Kemetic Society borrowed signs and symbols and culture from Kush. So, of course, Islam. You had pre-existing cultures in Saudi Arabia and Turkey, right, that hold these signs. And then later on passed on to the people in Saudi Arabia. That's very simple. And so watch this. Brother James, right, you cannot ever beat up the Torah. If you beat up the Torah, you just killed your Quran. And so the brother clearly showed that Islam, watch this, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are all in the same building on 3 different floors. The Torah, the Hebrews being the foundation of Christianity and Islam. So if you take the Torah out of Christianity and Islam, what do you have? You have nothing. So he clearly shows, right, that Islam comes out of the Bible. So if Islam comes out of the Bible is made by people too. And so of course it's man-made. The brother clearly showed that. Back to you, James. You can never ever beat up on the Bible. Because if you beat up on the Bible, you're now killing the Quran. I've never understood why people think that you could separate Islam from the Torah. It's impossible. So if you kill the Torah, you kill the Quran. Both of these things are man. Hold on, James. Okay. Both of these things are man-made. If you want to get off to the spooky and say inspired, whatever, we don't know whether it's inspired or what it's inspired by. Because something in Saudi Arabia might inspire a person, but it has nothing to do with inspiring people in South Africa. They don't have cell phones, planes, television, right? So something inspired, that's a personal thing promoted by culture. But when you say something is man-made, but of course Islam is man-made. And of course the brother proved this point. I just want to make it clear. So on that alone, he won. And now I'm sitting here saying, man, he proved that Islam comes out of the cultures using the star and the crescent. I thought it was very good. Man, he got you on that one, yo. Well, you can't beat up the Bible, yo.
Yeah, well, first of all, you didn't get me on that one. When you're talking about this,
is it man-made, though? That's the question.
It's called this drop just now. It's called this drop. Brother James, call back. Call back.
He ran. That's called a checkmate him and he fell off.
GUERRILLA Hebrew. GUERRILLA Hebrew. You can respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, what up, Aunt? What up, Aunt, man? How you doing, man?
Black African power. I like the way you use that archaeology. The brother didn't use none of that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would assume, see, and they try to allege that Wesley Muhammad refuted it, talking about coming from Turkey and all that. But what about the predating, the millennia old predating of these same exact symbols that you use occurring in the same exact region where you in? You know what I'm saying? That just don't make no sense. But real quick, I want to read this verse in reference to what he was just talking about as far as, and I answered this question on several times, but I answered in a complex manner, and I guess he intellectually couldn't follow it. Yes, Muhammad was a false prophet, and yes, you could attribute Muhammad to uniting the Arabians, but that, that doesn't mean anything. You see what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't discredit the fact that he was made great by a false prophet. I want to show something. This is in Galatians, the 4th chapter. I'm going to start at verse 22. For it is written that Abraham had two sons, the one by a bondmaid and the other by a free woman. By he who was of the bondwoman was after the flesh, but he of the free woman was by the promise. So it's telling you that the bondwoman's son was after the flesh, not after the spirit. Okay, so how could the child of the flesh receive any type of divine inspiration according to the biblical context if he was after the manners of the flesh? Those that are of the flesh cannot be of the spirit. Therefore, any of the so-called prophecies that Muhammad alleged to have had no validity because they were totally of the flesh and carnality, not of any spiritual divine wisdom. Okay, that's according to the Bible, who they believe, who they have to believe in, or else they have no book, as the brother Unc had already alluded to.
Yeah, once again, we're standing by, waiting for Brother James to call back in. Hopefully, hopefully his phone had died and like that. Hopefully he calls back in. But we got more people standing by with questions and comments. We know that number, 646-716-7320. But James, if you're out there, use the Skype as well if you want to call back in, my brother. Let's go to the next person, though. Let's see what they got to say. 252341. You're live in there.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, yeah, this is Phil. I just wanted to say, it was a cool debate and all. Guerrilla Hebrew, you did your thing. You definitely proved your point on both bases. I kind of, it's hard because, Guerrilla Hebrew, you would really, really expound in your knowledge and in your wisdom and, even understanding if you actually saw the context of everything that you was, that you display, but you don't acknowledge really the New Testament, and when you don't, it just, it's just my opinion, you really just shooting yourself in the foot. Because you could have really just massacred this guy, but it was hard because and it's all about, kind of stuck on that, as you say, so-called Christ, you're stuck there on that, and that's kind of just, hurting me. But you did the thing. I just wanted to say that, it was a good debate or whatever. Just try. Hopefully, you'll try to get into some more with the prophecy. The prophecy is a prophecy throughout the whole book, and when we take that prophecy and just throw it away, half of it, and say, okay, yeah, I'm Israel, and we the chosen people. True, we the chosen, but just like the Pharisees and Sadducees, they was chosen too, but they was blind because they couldn't get out just of the old book. They couldn't understand that it was a new thing coming on the scene.
My brother.
Coming on the scene, and that was Christ. So,
my brother.
Go ahead.
I was reading verses out of the I just read Galatians 4. I believe in the New Testament, and when I say so-called Christ, I only say that because that's not his true name, according to the ancient language. I believe in the New Testament. I went to the New Testament. I'm a firm believer, and I stand on the New Testament, my brother.
Absolutely. Okay. And I got you, my brother, on that. And I know you believe in it, but it's like you throw out that you throw off the name when you talk about Christ and everything. You throw it out and you just say that that's not the name. As far as Jesus, but and that just right there, it takes the New Testament and just throws it in the garbage because it's not saying you're not able to expound on what really it's all about. You know what I mean? It's because you're taking the technicalities of Roman Catholicism, which yes, they're the ones who actually
can deceive. They can deceive in the name of Jesus because that's the only name that's on this planet in their dispensation that can be used to deceive by. They can't deceive by any other name because he said his name will be great amongst the Gentiles. And in Malachi. Yeah, man, we run out of time. Brother James, he's back, though. Brother James, you back, my brother?
Yeah, no doubt. I want to respond to the guy. Because first of all, he's talking about the symbol that he was making reference to. He's talking about the crescent and the moon. That came with, and in fact, they got it from the Byzantines. You know what I'm saying? So he lacks historical knowledge even on the compilation of the symbol that he searched. The Turks begin to erect, begin to conquer, under the banner of Islam, the crescent and the moon symbol in the cathedrals, based on the fact that it was initially done by the Byzantine Empire. Now, even when you get into the moon goddess, what they would make reference to, which would be Allah Muka, moon god. There is no evidence to prove that this is actually referring to Allah. In fact, in the Quran, it clearly says in the Quran, referring to the moon god, it says, and this is Surah 16, verse 96, it says, and he caused it the break of day. He made the sun for rest, and the moon for the reckoning of time, that it may be wise, that is the measuring of the mighty, the wise. Also, you have in chapter 7, verse 54, it says, do they wait only for the fulfillment of warning thereof on the day when the fulfillment shall, now, surely the Lord is Allah who creates the heavens and the earth in 6 periods. Then he settled himself firmly on the throne. He makes the night to cover the day, which it pursues swiftly, and he created the sun and the moon and the stars, all made subservient.
You hold that thought, Brother James, hold that thought. We got 1 minute and 42 seconds live on the air. So if you want to hear the rest of the show, you got to call in right now, 646-716-7220. If you happen not to call in, the show is archived. So you can go back later on and check out the show at www.blogtalkradio.com/debate talk for you. That's debate talk to number 4 and the letter U. So make sure you call in right about now if you want to hear the rest of the show. We're going to take some more calls from the people, and after that, we're going to go to the final statements. So once again, that number is 646-716-7320. Yeah, Brother James, that.
Yeah, and I was just, so clearly, it doesn't mention anything worshiping the moon inside the Quran. Now, you could go to pre-Islam, that's why the advent of Islam has to be done. That's why it's just like, that's just like me saying that, the Israelites worship the golden calf. When it's clearly that when Moses came down to see them worship the golden calf, he had to break the idols. You know what I'm saying? Abraham, he broke the idols. That's just like me trying to say Abraham, that means that, according to the Bible, that, they was worshiping those idols. In the Quran, it says, Surah 41, verse 37, it says, and of his signs are the night and the day, and the sun and the moon. Prostrate not yourselves before the sun nor before the moon, but prostrate yourself before Allah who created them. It is him whom you really worship. So, those arguments are weak and pertaining to that black atheist, his alleged, claims is trying to say, understand this, that Quran and the Bible complement each other. That's why it was prophecy mentioned in the book, the Torah, and the Injil mentioning the Quran. I never made the claim, and I never attacked, the Bible. What I said was that it was a form of corruption that had been done to the New Testament and the Old Testament, and even the compilation. So, that by history, that through history that the Bible has been corrupted and contaminated with, and books have been taken out, and books have been placed in and corrupted. So, the manifestation of the Quran was a fulfillment of a promise to Ishmael, as well as a mercy to the children of Israel. Because remember, they was rejected.
All right, Brother James, we got to go to the people. Right now, we're in the overtime part of the show. Apologize. We got to go to the people. We got some more questions out here. I'm going to try to get as much people as possible right about now. So once again, I appreciate everybody that called into the overtime part of the show. Let's go to the people. Let's see what they got to say. 478-544. You're live in air.
Well, water, sword, and 1885, man. You spark it all, I'm going to put you out. Hey, shalom to my brother. Yahweh Shem Yahshua, the gorilla Hebrew, with faith on this dude. That was very beautiful. I want to say this. This is from the Lord. This is Isaiah 42, verse 8. Okay, it says, I am the Lord. That is, I'm going to show you why Islam is a man-made religion in that comic book called the Quran. This is Isaiah 42, verse 8. I am the Lord, that is my name, and my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to graven images. Why did I bring up graven images? Because Islam contains a big fat rock called a cobblestone that they bow down to. Okay, I'm going to read on. It says, behold, the former things are coming to pass. Things that the prophets spoke of in ancient times are coming to pass right now. That's why we don't need the Quran. You could take the Quran and put it in the garbage, because they ain't declared no prophecy. I'm going to read it again. Behold, the former things are come to pass. New things will I declare before they spring forth. I tell you, now, this is what the Lord is saying through the prophet Isaiah. He said, I tell you things that come to pass. I'm going to give an example right quick, and I'm going to get off the phone. This is Deuteronomy 28, verse 54. Now, I want the Quran. I'm going to give you a prophecy about our people, brother. I want you to go on your Quran and give me a prophecy about our people out of the Quran. Here's a prophecy of our people. This is Deuteronomy 28, 54. So that man that is tender among you and is very delicate. Now it's talking about the condition of how our men of Israel were. They were very meek and humble in dealing with laws. Now I'm going to show you the conversion through time and generation. It says, so that man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother. What is this talking about? Black on black crime. Okay, this fit us. This was written thousands of years ago and it's happening right now today. I'm going to read on to confirm that it's talking about. Then it says, and toward the wife of his bosom. So here you got black on black crime, and then you have violence towards his wife. Who does this? The 12 tribes, all the brothers of the 12 tribes, this prophecy affects us, and especially the so-called Negro. We have the highest rate of domestic violence ever. Now I'm going to read on. Then it says, and toward the remnant of his children. Who is the most abusive in this God? Let me read the whole thing. And toward the remnant of his children, which he shall lead. On a phenomenal level, on a global level, what race have a history of leaving their children? Especially the so-called Negro. Everybody was affected by this, especially the so-called Negro. Now, I want you to go in the Quran and show me prophecies like this that give the condition and the plight of our people. And that's all I'm going to say to the Hebrew gorillas. Slam the brother. Shalom, Yahweh, Shem Yahshua. That's it.
James, go ahead. You got the floor.
Yeah. Well, the prophecies that's made in Deuteronomy 28 make a reference to the children of Israel. The prophecies were sent to the children of Israel. The Quran does not make mention The Quran does not make mention of a prophecy pertaining to the children of Israel. What it tells Israel is that they should follow the covenant that was sent down to, it says it right here in Surah Al-Baqarah. Surah Al-Baqarah, it says, O children of Israel, remember my favorites was I bestowed upon you, and I exalted you above the people. So it's making mention to Israel the mere fact that they've broken the covenant and that they strayed away from the right path. It doesn't make mention to the to any prophecies pertaining to the children of Israel. Do you think you got one up because of that? It doesn't mention any prophecies. The prophecies were.
He's talking about prophecies, period, brother.
The problem is,
I gotta let the gorilla evil jump in. We run out of time. Man, gorilla evil, we gotta jump in that.
Yeah, because what the brother said is, he just, I don't know if he misunderstood the question or whatever, but he said prophecies, period. He's asking what prophecies can we observe today that are evident, that are written in the Quran. Also, I just want to say Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatah to that brother. you know, a war, you know what I mean? Because, you know, he greeted me. But yeah, he's talking about what prophecies are there in the Quran that are written that we could observe are occurring in our day-to-day life.
All right, guys, we gotta go to the people. We only got time for
Wow.
2 more questions. And after that, we gotta take quick comments. I'm trying to get to as much people as possible. So we're gonna take 2 more questions, and after that, quick comments from the people about this debate. So let's go over to the people. Let's see what they gotta say. Let's go to 347-216. You're live in there. Unmuted. 347-216. Going once, going twice. Alright, we gotta move on to the next person. Let's go to 832-607. You're live on Debate Talk Field.
Hey man, shalom, 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 shalom to the millions, millions of Debate Talk to you fans, man. So y'all getting everybody on the show now, man. Y'all got the country cats on here now, man. Shalom to the brother Alazar, man.
Yeah, shalom, shalom.
You know, it was basically a slaughter, man. The brother James don't even look like he's been in the ring with anybody, man. And you know, I just got a quick comment on something you said earlier. It kind of troubled me. You know, he said that, you know, they got 3-year-olds that know the Quran word for word and have it memorized. When any discernment can understand that those children who he ever saw on YouTube was probably just pulling precepts. I got it pulled up. There's 114 chapters in the Quran. There's 30 books, all right? There's 323,671 words. That's over 1,027,000 letters, okay? Obviously, no human being on the face of the earth can memorize that, all right? That's just illogical on so many levels, man. I mean, that's just, you know, rudimentary. You know, this brother has not been equipped for anything. You know, I'm basically embarrassed for him. I mean, where do y'all get him from? You know, y'all guys just, you know, create strife. You know, y'all really not, you know, trying to get nowhere. You know.
It's common that, you know, that's what they refer to them as happy. It's common within Islam. And it's a phenomenon of the you could just look that up on YouTube, but, you know, the stack still remains. I mean, you getting a little blurred by, you know, what was getting said. The fact is that the Quran has been remembered from front to back. That's just common within Islamic tradition. And they talk
how much
about
of the Quran have you remembered? Can you give me a percentage of how much of the Quran you have memorized?
Now, me personally, I remember the percentage of the Quran.
How much?
Probably around 20%.
Number on that?
Yeah, probably 20%.
Can you quote me Surah 10 and 14 right now?
You said Surah 10 and 14?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Obviously, you don't have it memorized. Okay, can you?
I didn't say this is what I'm saying to you. That it is common within the Islamic tradition. Not everybody in Islam is a Hafiz. Listen what I'm saying. Not everybody in Islam that's a Muslim are Hafiz. Now, I didn't ever meet that claim. What I'm saying that it is easy, if you want to become a Hafiz, it is easy to remember. That's what we was being said. You crazy? All right, now. All right, so taking reference to the last question, I just want to read this verse real quick. It says, and the chiefs of Pharaoh and his people will outlead Moses and his people's great toward the land, and forsake thee and thy gods. He will answer and will ruthlessly slay your sons and let your women live. And surely the master are not over them. Now, yeah, this is making reference to the last question, because he don't know what the hell he's talking about. Now, slaying your sons and sparing your women, that goes on today amongst the children of Israel, and that's one of the curses that was allotted, you know, making reference to the children of Israel. You know what I'm saying? So, slaying your sons and sparing your women. We see that going on today. They slay our sons, they throw our sons in the prison, and they spare our females by letting them go out without a male, thus exposing them to the troubles and the ills of society.
But wait.
As we see today.
James, but you just said when a war asked you the question that there was no prophecies pertaining to Israel in the Quran. Now you presenting that there is a prophecy pertaining to Israel in the Quran.
Yep. Yeah. I said correctly.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay. All right, that's perfect.
All right, gotta go to the next callers. We're gonna take one more question, and after that, quick comments from the people. I wish I had time to get to everybody, but time doesn't permit. So I gotta take a quick question for the next person, and after that, quick comments. So let's go to the people once again. It's debate talk for you. Let's go to the next person. 253-275. You're out of there.
Tazama Maf.
Shalom, man. I want to say shalom to the brother Alzar, our lawyer, man, a.k.a. the Guerrilla Hebrew, man. First and foremost, I want to say all praises to Yahweh Shem Yahushai. This has just been a landslide body bag, man. First off, man, we got to start screening these dudes, man, because this dude don't know what he's talking about, okay? He is all over the place. He can't answer none of the questions. He's proven absolutely nothing today, okay? I got a scripture, man. This goes perfectly for this dude right now. This is the book of Isaiah 29, verse 9. Stay yourselves and wonder. Cry ye out and cry. They are drunken, but not with wine. Woo! They stagger, but not with strong drink. Woo! This dude is spiritually inebriated right now, okay? He is all over the place. He don't know what he's talking about, literally. And he just made a statement, okay, which I was going to address to his brother Bashir. We was on a Skype debate the other day, and I definitely had to address this. I mean, he just addressed, made up a couple seconds ago saying that Israel was rejected. So I'm going to bring that out real quick. This is basically, they're making a statement. Israel was rejected. The kingdom was taken from Israel and given to another nation. Now, if you go to the book of Hosea, the first chapter, okay, it's talking about how Israel is being, split up into two nations, and then Bashir ran about how, it doesn't distinguish who is talking to or whatever. But we know, the New Testament, how it's talking to the Jews and whatnot. All right, let's get it though. This is Hosea chapter 1, verse 10. Woo. It says, yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, ye are the sons of the living power. Now, if we also go, to the book of John the 10th chapter, okay, it says, and other sheep I have which are not of this fold, then also I must bring, and they shall hear my voice, and there shall be one fold and one shepherd. Now, when they read this, they think, okay, now see, this is where, Islam was supposed to come in, or the kingdom was taken from Israel and given to somebody else, it's other people, Gentiles, right? But now, when you go to the book of Ezekiel, the 37th chapter, okay, and we go to the 21st verse, it says, and say unto them, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will take the children of Israel from among the heathen, whither they be gone, and will gather them on every side, and bring them into their own land. And I will make them one nation in the land of Israel, a land upon the mountain of Israel, and one king shall be king to them all, and they shall be no more two nations. Now that's the nation that was going to be taken. Where the kingdom is going to be given to Israel and taken from, those Jews. It says that the kingdom shall be first spoken to you, but since you rejected it, no, we turn to the Gentiles. Those are the Gentiles that it's speaking of, okay? The house of Israel, okay? That's why the new covenant is made with the house of Judah and with the house of Israel. You see what I'm saying? And we can also discuss it later on, but I wanted to address it because Sarnetta stayed them, the other day, and, we wasn't able to get back to that. You see what I'm saying? I got another scripture, but like I said, this dude is drunken, man. He's waddling around, man, in his vomit, like a drunken man. But just to prove what the brother said about how the Lord blesses others, rather than just Israel, that doesn't mean that, the Lord is actually giving them the kingdom of heaven or putting them above Israel. This is Daniel 4th chapter, verse 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers. It says, and the demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will. He set us up over at the basis of men. And we all know right now, the so-called white man is the basis of all people, and they're ruling the planet Earth right now. You see what I'm saying? So the Lord blesses, that are outside the nation of Israel, but still doesn't negate the fact that the Lord is only still dealing with Israel, and that the kingdom of heaven is for them, and Israel will be set up over the kingdom of heaven. Now, one last question. I don't even know the dude's name. Bashir's dude, okay? where in the scripture does it prophesy that a prophet will come out of the Ishmael? Because you keep just saying, oh well, it was promised to them that they'd have a great nation. So that's where the prophet Muhammad came from. But just because they're gonna be a great nation, don't mean that a prophet was gonna come out of them. Because the scriptures, the prophets was only gonna be dealing with Israel, and the brother Oliver already brought out that or showed you in the Quran that it's basically saying the same thing. That the prophets, you see what I'm saying, and basically the preachers and the preachers are only going to come out of Israel.
No, I don't know. This must be a boy or something, because he went in for about damn near 5 minutes. I'm just gonna keep it real.
Complaining? Are you complaining now?
Come on. Let's answer this brother's question.
Don't complain. I'm going to call on that.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, don't rush when I'm saying when I'm.
He mad.
All right, first of all, come on, brother. Come on, man. All right. So first of all, no, I'm not getting emotional. All right, first of all, what you were saying pertaining to the covenant or the house of Jacob, this clearly says in Isaiah chapter 8, verses 13 and 17, sanctify the Lord, upholds himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your dread, and he shall be for a sanctuary, and for a stone assembling, for a rock of offense, to both the house of Israel, for a gin, and for a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and many among them shall stumble, fall, and be broken, and be a snare, and be taken. Bind up thy testimony, seal the law to my disciples, and I will wait upon the Lord, that hideth his face from the house of Jacob. And that's referring to both of the houses of Israel. He's saying he hid his face from the house of Jacob, meaning that he hid the fact that he was sending more prophets. Why? Because they rejected the prophet. Jesus said, you shall not see me henceforth until you shall say, blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. You ain't see Jesus henceforth yet. You know what I'm saying? So, obviously, he turned his way. They rejected the prophets. Thus, they have broken the covenant. Thus, they were allotted, as y'all acknowledge, to the curses that was mentioned in Deuteronomy 28. It's clear. You say that the curses exist, but then you say the curses exist for a reason. The reason why the curses exist and is permanent on children of Israel is because they rejected the prophets. Oh my. I mean, I don't see why this is not rocket science. Now, what was the other statement that you had pertaining to what? Which one again?
Oh, now you run out of time, bro. We got to move on. But Gorilla Hebrew, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, here's his problem. He doesn't understand certain key terms, and it's not that hard. A covenant is a contract. A contract comes with stipulations and reprisals. Reprisals happen when aspects of a covenant or contract are broken. They do not disannul the covenant or contract, but they occur as a result of breaking certain stipulations within the contract, hence why the curses of Deuteronomy 28th chapter hit the Israelites. But I want to read this about this new covenant that they want to say is everybody else's but Israel's. Let's see what the Holy Bible says. And remember, if anything speaks against the words of the law and the testimony, it does not have the light of the Most High in it. So I'm going to go to the testimony of the prophet Jeremiah, starting at the 31st chapter and the 31st verse. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. Israel and Judah, no one else. The nation of Israel, no one else. Ishmael is not here. You can't put him in there. No other nation is here. It's Israel only. Verse 32. Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break. So he's talking about the breaking of the covenant, which James mentioned. Let's see what the Bible says about this. Although I was an husband unto him, saith the Lord. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their God, and they shall be my people. And they shall no more teach every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord. For they shall all know me, from the least of them unto the greatest of them, saith the Lord. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. This is talking about Israel. Now let's continue. This verse 35. Thus saith the Lord, which giveth the Son.
Kind of run out of time. My brother, we run out of time. I got to go to more people. Now, actually, at this time, I got to take some comments from the people out there. There's comments.
Well, you cut me off. Read verses 35 to 36. It's a cold cut.
As much people as possible.
And 37.
Comments for the people. Let's go to the next person. 267-595. Quick comments.
Peace. This brother Kareem out of Philadelphia. I'll read a quick verse real quick and just ask the brother to comment on it because I'm pretty sure that he knows there's a lot of people that say things about the Bible or the origin of the Hebrew Israelite, but they don't actually quote the scriptures to bring forth their proof. Now, the brother brought forth the scripture in chapter 41, verse 38. In the Quran, he's reading probably verse 37. So that's chapter 41, verse 38. And among his signs are the night and the day, and the sun and the moon. Prostrate not yourself before the sun, nor before the moon, or prostrate yourself before Allah who created them, if it is Him who you really worship. So it's very clear that the Quran does not teach anything about the moon worship. If the brother was versed in the Quran, he could have clearly read that and seen that the teachings of the Quran do not forbid worshiping before the moon. So the brother answered that question. All right, right about now, just quick comment time, my brothers. Quick comments. So we got to go to the next person. Quick comments, and after that, we're going to go to the final statements. Let's go to the next person. 615-474. Quick comments. Peace. This is Lex. Peace out. Peace to the Gorilla Hebrew and Brother James. Unmuted. I want to say the real understanding of the Quran and the Bible. I'm gonna say I believe that the Kabbalists are the real people who understand the Bible, and the Sufis actually understand the Quran. But in terms of this conversation, I mean, Islam, it makes no sense. When he tried to talk about Ishmael being a great nation, it clearly says in the Bible that the seed will be called an Isaac, and becoming a great nation has nothing to do. And why in the Bible it waits 4,000 years, and then all of a sudden there was no other prophet besides so-called Israelites. Then all of a sudden you got a prophet from the Arabs, and the Arabs were a great nation before Islam. So it wasn't really Islam that made them a great nation. So that really made no sense to me. And also, they don't really talk about how the Quran. They don't really follow the Quran. All right, they follow that hadith. All right, that's where a lot of it, because there's really no laws in that book. I would like someone to give me about 10 laws. They say they follow the Torah, but where are the laws in that book? It all comes from the hadith. And then there's no prophet in the Bible that ever slept with a 6-year-old girl. So I don't think they try to make a connection with the. Man, I apologize. Run out of time. Gotta go to the next person. Quick comments. 203-868. Live and ahead. Shalom to Alizar. This is volume of the book. I just want to make a quick point. Brother James, right? He kept trying to equate the blessing that Ishmael got with the blessing that Isaac got. So I know you can't answer the question, but I'm just going to put this out there. Genesis 17-20 says, "It's the Most High says, as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him. I will make him fruitful. I will multiply him exceedingly. 12 figures shall he beget. I will make him a great nation." But listen to 21. It says, "But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall be unto thee at the set time next year." So the Bible is explicitly saying, yeah, I'm going to look out for Ishmael, but I'm going to give my covenant to Isaac. And we all know the Most High don't change, so what's difficult about that? That's it. I gotta go to the next person. Quick comments. 909-486. You're live with the quick comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment. Really, somewhat of a question. I wanted to first know, why should brothers in America, Negro, niggas, whatever you want to call us in America, why should we follow the Quran? When the Quran says in Al-Barak, the Psalm 2:47, it says, "O children of Israel, remember my favorites, which I bestowed upon you, that I exalted you above all other nations." So right here in the Quran, it's basically still telling us that the Israelites are chosen above all other nations. Like, why should I subscribe, or why should brothers or black men subscribe to a book that's talking about Arabs, that's really written by Arabs, written for Arabs? I know I'm not an Arab, you know what I'm saying? Why should I follow a book like that when it's telling me that these Israelites are the Most High's chosen people? You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And Brother James and Brother Alizar, y'all can just make a quick comment on that. That's all I got to say.
All right, we got no time. Got to go to the next person, my brother. We got no time. I'm going to take maybe 2 more quick comments, and after that, we're going to go to the final statements. Let's go to the next person. Quick comments, 917-634. Live in the air, quick comments. 917. Hello? 4. Well, yeah, how you doing? Okay, quick comments.
Hey, how you doing? Peace to the brothers, man. My name is Brother Wasim, and I was just listening to the debate, and I wanted to say that so far that none of the Israelites ever read Arabic, so I know they can never explain the Quran. Furthermore, I don't believe that none of the Hebrews can even read Hebrew and explain Hebrew at all. So I'm trying to figure out how they're able to explain and express
when we read Hebrew.
That's all I ever hear you guys talk English, European language, no Hebrew. I can't give it to me in the original language. And the question I want to know,
you guys a goddamn liar.
If I took all the Torahs and got rid of all the Torahs, what would you guys read from? Because it's proof that none of y'all.
Yeah, apologize. We only got time for quick comments, my brother. But, good question, though. Let's go to the next person. 312-469. Quick comments.
Peace and grace in Jesus' name, everybody. This is Brother Isaac K. Fingers in Chicago. I believe I might have a couple of verses that will just answer it all. If you go to Amos 3, start at verse 1, hear the words that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I have brought up out of the land of Egypt. Because the Lord telling us it's only Israel. The next verse says, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. He know Ishmael, he blessed Ishmael, but you only, Israel. Skip down to verse 7. Surely the Lord God will do nothing but reveal his secret unto his servants, the prophets. Go back to chapter 2 and read verse 11. And I raised up.
Yeah, apologize, brother. I apologize. We ran out of time, man. Definitely ran out of time. Take one more. Squeeze one more in. And after that, we got to go to the final statements. Let's go to the next person. 718-471. You're live in the air. Quick comments.
Hey, what's going on here? This is just a quick comment / suggestion for Alizar. Honestly, I just called in during the question and answer segment, and boy, oh boy, I got to go back and check out the archive. But the suggestion was, Alizar, man, since y'all started with all those videos going back and forth against each other, this is just a suggestion. I don't know if you were going to do it, but you can make a victory video, because just from the question and answers, just from the people, it's like this, I don't know, from what I heard, because I just called in, but just add those features into the video, because it's live from the actual debate. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to say, man.
I appreciate your call, brother. Appreciate your call. We got to go to the final statements, guys. I wish I could get to every single person, but time doesn't permit. I apologize. Can't get to everybody. But let's get to this final statement, though. Let's go to Brother James. He got 7 minutes for his final statement. And go over to the phone line. Brother James, you got the floor, brother. Go ahead.
I want to thank Brother Saul for giving me the platform to speak. You know what I'm saying? And for the last caller, then when you listen to the debate, you'll see that, he pretty much got cleaned up because he never answered any of the questions on the rebuttal. He never answered any of the questions that I showed and proved from the Bible that was mentioning the advent of Islam. And even on the dialogue question, he still hadn't answered the question: did the prophet was from the seed of Abraham? Did that false in a great nation through a false prophet? That was the question. He didn't even answer that question. Let alone all the other questions that I initially laid out in my premise. So what is this all about? All right, now, like I said initially, see, this is what dogmatism does. Dogmatism eliminates us from seeing the truth. The truth of the matter is that the advent of Islam was prophesied. And what was referring to Isaac and Ishmael, God named Ishmael. God named Ishmael. So you're trying to say that God didn't know Ishmael when he named him. See, we just going out, taking out verses out of context, trying to apply it to our ideology. When it was clear that they were both mentioned in the same context, Isaac and Ishmael, and that the covenant will begin. The covenant will be established. When you establish something, that means that it will begin with Isaac. And the covenant did begin with Isaac. But they broke the covenant Y'all admit to it. Deuteronomy 28, y'all use those verses every time y'all go out and speak. Deuteronomy 18:18. There's a reality that Deuteronomy 18:18 exists, thus proving that they broke the covenant. So what is the argument? See, the problem is, as what is mentioned, see, they hide verses and they pervert verses from their proper places. You see, the Israelites, they take a verse and say, well, Amos chapter 3, and then they go all the way to Exodus chapter 2. They skate around with the verses because they take them out of the proper context in which it was. When you deal with the proper context, you will see that the blessing that was allotted to Abraham, which was a great nation, he made a promise to Abraham, Ishmael. He told Hagar the same thing, that he would have a great nation. The great nation manifested with the advent of Islam, period. So the blessing, what made them a great nation, would be Islam. So that would mean that the Prophet Muhammad was a true prophet, and that was the promise that was made to Ishmael, period. We all try to skate around and make things difficult. You try to pull Bible verses out of proper context. But you know, anybody who hears this with a sound ear would know, without a question, without a shadow of a doubt, that what is being mentioned in the Bible is the advent of Islam. And then it's clear because then it says that the prophets, that's what the whole purpose of Jesus came. Jesus came and said to you various times, ye shall not see me henceforth, the covenant shall be taken away from you, and given to another people who bear more fruit. They say, oh no, it's talking about Israel because, you know, they divided as a nation. Once again, he's taking verses out and perverting the verses from their proper places as what it says in the Quran. So it's clear, you know what I'm saying? This wasn't even a debate because we already know what the facts were. The facts were is that when you look
Naya's
at
not here, and
word,
I'm doing this shit right
now. From the promise that was made to Ishmael, you know what I'm saying? From the promise that was made to Ishmael and the breaking of the covenant constantly by the children of Israel, that the nation that was being fostered in came through the advent of Islam, came through a prophet. When you establish nations, as to what if y'all will admit to the Bible, it was fostered in through prophets. Why? Because prophets give the code of conduct to establish them as a nation. So how can you admit that it was a great nation without, you know, a great nation that was blessed, without a prophet that was going to lay down the rules and the code of conduct for them to become a great nation? Remember then, when you look historically, you see that the Arab tribes, they were at war with each other. They were fighting each other. And it was under the banner of Islam, they united them. That was a blessing. So you're trying to say that that was a false prophet? Come on, man, it's clear. You know what I'm saying? I'll let y'all breathe on that one.
All right, I'm going in, y'all.
All right, Brother James, appreciate you coming on the show. Let people know where they can find you, your YouTube channel, things of that nature.
Going in, man.
Yeah, my YouTube channel is John Crazy Ali. Just type in YACREZZY Ali. And, you know, that's where you get some information in the videos that I post up. Or you can become friends with me on Facebook at James J. Cannon, JMES, JNNON.
Once again, man, appreciate you being in the Lions Den, brother. Appreciate you being here. Let's go to Alazar. Let's go to the Guerrilla Hebrew with his final statement. 7 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. First things first. Number one, I answered the question, but it was when his call dropped. So there he goes making false allegations. Much like the Quran is totally based off false allegations, precepts, and I mean not precepts, but precedents. Anyway, back where I picked up at is Jeremiah at the 31st chapter. I must pick up at verse 33. But this shall be the covenant I will make with the house of Israel after the days that we broke the initial covenant, which he's referring to, saith the Lord. I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their God, and they shall be my people. I'm going to skip to verse 35 for time's sake. Thus saith the Lord, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinances of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, which divideth the sea, when the waves thereof war, the Lord of hosts is his name. If those ordinances depart before me, meaning if the ordinances of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sea depart, as we see the sun do its thing every day, the moon do its thing every day, the stars do their thing every day, the water do its thing every day. So the Lord said, if those ordinances depart from before me, saith the Lord, then the seed of Israel shall cease from being a nation before me forever. So the only way that this covenant, this everlasting covenant that is only made with the nation of Israel, can ever be disannulled is if the sun and the moon and the stars and the sea itself is disannulled. And we know that that hasn't happened. This is verse 37. Thus saith the Lord, if heaven above can be measured and the foundations of the earth search out beneath, I will cast out Israel, all the seed of Israel, for all that they have done, saith the Lord. So Israel has not been cast off, and the covenant is still and always will be with Israel. Now I want to go back to what I was talking about dealing with the catabasis. Now, this is a point that I think was ignored a little bit by some of the callers, is this clear pagan origin of Muhammad-esque revelation from allegedly the Archangel Gabriel, okay? Another indication of the widespread role of caves, which again is where Muhammad got his first so-called revelation, and there's a whole Surah 18 named after a cave. The role of caves in the religious psyche under the empire comes from the Muthretic cult. The Mithraim is a cave which mirrors the cosmos, while the killing of the bull represents the esoteric philosophy of these mysteries. The classical world was full of holy places. Among these holy places, pagan holy caves held a place of honor, the same cave that Muhammad got his revelation from. Speaking of the persistence of subterranean pagan piety in late antiquity, Robin Lane Fox mentions UBC's report on Constantine having sent and mysteries into every pagan temple recess and every gloomy cave. So we see in the ancient world, caves were often places of pagan worship. Coincidentally, Muhammad got his revelation in a cave again. I'm going to constantly reiterate that. Not even the entire army could have covered each cave of nymphs. The many caves which claim Zeus's birthplace also claim Muhammad's rebirth place, coincidentally enough. The underground shrines of Mithras, the caves of Cybele and Atis, or the many cavernous entries to Hades. Long after Constantine, the old Cretan caves still drew pagan visitors, even into the days of the advent of Islam. One key we might have used to unlock the Mithra mysteries would have been to look at where they possibly started. In the old land of Persia, which coincidentally, this Persian form of Islam is what James's daddy Imam Bashir follows. But in the same way that Christianity overcame the Mithras mysteries and all paganism in the West, what was left of the original Mithra in the East was dissolved into the rise of Islam. So it's telling us historically that ancient pagan traditions were merged with this new religion known as Islam and became one, just as happened with Roman Catholicism in Rome, okay? Islam is nothing but the Arabian version of Roman Catholicism, okay? Let's just be clear. Hence why they both worship parts of allegedly John the Baptist's body in different shrines and mosques and cathedrals, okay, which was never addressed. In the East, Mithras was fused with Islamic lore, which gives us insight into the energy of this deity before it became fused with a great deal of Greco-Roman magical ideas, okay? So this ties in Muhammad and all those pagan deities with the caves. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to give my bibliography. I'm going to cite my different sources like I said I was going to do in the beginning. The Encyclopedia of Islam book, and I'm going to read a series of books on Return of the Living Jesus Christ, the Islamic Invasion, Shamanism, Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy, The Way of the Animal Powers, Almoxes, The Vanishing God, Comparative Studies in the Religions and Folklore of Dacia in Eastern Europe, Fireheart number 4, Hidden Wisdom, Esoteric Traditions and the Roots of Christian Mysticism, The Descent into Hades, Lore and Science, Ancient Mystery Cults, The End of Ancient Christianity, Pagans and Christians, The Mysteries of Mithras, the Pagan Belief that Shaped the Christian World. I clearly display how Islam clearly borrowed from the pagan religions of the region that preceded it in its symbolism and its different themes. And its various themes such as a trek into a cave, or a catabasis into a cave to receive some type of esoteric, phenomenal, divine knowledge. This is all paganism, okay, and it's all consistent. If this was from the Most High God, what I would ask is, why are all these themes being borrowed from all these various pagan, satanic, demonic traditions or religions? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. The brother quoted the Quran verse which prohibited actually worshiping the host of heaven, and I mean, I hear you on that, but at the same time, Quran, the Islamic religion clearly borrowed from these. So I'm not even necessarily saying that the Quranic necessarily still is technically worshiping the moon god as far as that goes, but what I'm saying is that's where its origins and its advent came from, showing that men created it, and what they did was take those pagan traditions and merge it with the scriptures and give you an ideology of monotheism based off of the chief god of those Meccan deities, okay, showing you that men created this entire religion and belief system, and that it's all foolishness, and I clearly exhibited that it's clearly against the Bible. Again, with that, I just want to give all praises again to Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai, give double honors to my elders, and say shalom to all the brothers out there doing the work in truth and sincerity. And with that, I close.
I appreciate you being on the show, my brother. Appreciate you being on the show, muted. And let me know what you guys think. Send me an email at debatetalku@gmail.com. Do you think brought the better argument? Is Islam a man-made religion? Is it not? Once again, send me an email at debatetalku@gmail.com. You can also go to the description box and go to their YouTube pages at the bottom below. And you can reach out to the brothers, Brother James and the Guerrilla Hebrew. Let them know what you thought about this particular debate. And I'm going to see you guys next week, Friday, guys. Next Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Did Jesus die on the cross? Did Jesus die on the cross? That's going to be with Imam Bashir versus Zadok Ben Israel. You don't want to miss that debate. Once again, Sal signing off. Take care, and God bless. Thank you for tuning in to Debate Talk Radio.
All right, y'all. Tazapanya, Tazama, if any of the brothers, you know what I'm saying, that's on the live stream right now, you want to get on and do this. Well, here goes Tazapanya calling me. Hold on. Shalom, King. Let's do this post show. Get on cam. Yeah, do this post show. I'm gonna hit the bathroom and I'm gonna be right back. So just hit the cam. All right, shalom. All right, give us a second. We're gonna do the post show. Aman, I really need your ass to stick around because I got something for you. Don't worry about it. All right. But anybody else that want to get on cam, just let me know, man. Just let me know and we can make it happen. I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss. I've been sitting here the last 3 fucking hours. Hold on. Oh. They came here. back, man. We back. If anybody want to get in, let me know. Let me know. Let me stop screen sharing. All right, we on. All right, so yeah, give me some feedback, man. How was it? Let me know how what y'all thought was some powerful points. And again, if anybody want to hop in and contribute, just let me know. And we can do it. Hold on, brother calling me. Shalom. What's good, brother? Hold on. The water, yeah. This I'm live, so I'm on a live stream. Everybody, it's Nagad Adawan from the camp calling in. Say shalom to the people.
Hey, shalom, everybody out there. I want to give all praise to Yahweh, Hashem, Yahweh Shai, double honors to the elders, and all the brothers out there doing the truth and, doing the work in truth and sincerity, Shalom to everybody out there.
Yeah. Well, go ahead what you were saying,
Hey, man, it was definitely a great slaughter for this debate, man. Like, the boy didn't know what was going on. There's several references inside of your Quran that refers to the children of Israel, that refers to you guys having to result back to our book, which is, the scriptures. And I think all of y'all need to really take y'all time out there and really piece together what the Quran is probably really saying, because these guys just got some kind of foolish folktale going on for it, man.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that's a great observation. He didn't know what to do with the information. He didn't even know. He thought he knew what to do with the moon information. He didn't even really. And like I said, like they can sit here and say like, oh, well, we don't really worship the moon. Well, why did y'all piece together your religion based off of them ancient religions that worship the motherfucking moon? Then you know what I'm saying?
And it's still nonetheless, whatever you guys did has nothing to do with it. Let's go back and predate it to what your ancestors were doing.
Exactly.
Where they got it from. It doesn't matter what you guys are doing in 2014. And it doesn't matter as far as what you guys are saying, because you guys are still going back to the same practices of what your ancestors were doing, which was going off.
Yeah, exactly. Which is not biblical, and is not scriptural. You know what I'm saying? And it's against the Bible. So, you know what I mean? That was crazy. Yeah, he didn't know what to do with that information, and he was born. He had no charisma. You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy.
Hey man, this guy would just sit here and giggle and laugh every 5 seconds about every little thing. And you know what? That's what they do, man. They scoff. That guy's the same guy that falls under that Hosea 4 and 6. You're destroyed for lack of knowledge, man.
Yeah, exactly. He is destroyed for lack of knowledge.
Hey man, before that boy jumped in that ring, he didn't get his milk and honey for the morning. So I think, hey man, you need to go back to the drawing boards, figure out what his ancestors know, and maybe attempt to come back on an argument. But as far as that boy, he's slayed. That's another one in for the Islam books. Who's next?
Yeah, who's next is the question.
Hey, and who's that? That Bashir? I mean, I can't get your name, but you in my neighborhood, in my city, we call you Holly.
Yeah, hella Holly.
He's Holly, so we got something for you. It's called busting down Babylon, man. We coming for you, man.
Yeah, that's right. Let me try. I gotta try to invite Todd. Where you at, Ak?
I'm at the house right now.
I gotta try to invite Tazamai and Tazapai into this so they could wait. I gotta try to invite them in.
They ain't ready for the Hebrew animals to come out, man.
Them different totems. We got them different totems. Them totems indicative of our behavior.
Exactly.
We got them totems for these niggas, man, that they ain't ready for.
Hey man, you the gorilla Hebrew, I think I'm taking on the Hebrew elephant, man. I think I want to be the elephant. Ain't nobody run up on no elephant.
Yeah, hell, the elephant gonna stomp a nigga right the fuck out.
Hey man, and then times of probably get fight between the rhinos if they got the same start off of the game.
You know? Yeah, that's cold. That's cold. Man, where are they at? Let me send a text to these dudes and tell them.
I'm gonna hop back on with you in a second. Let me know these people in the air.
All right, brother, shalom.
All right, shalom, man.
Y'all hold on 1 second. Yo, is it me? Hold on, let me Alright, my the chat is just catching up right now. I was wondering why I was why I was tripping. I'm just seeing what everybody's talking about right now, so give it a second to catch up so I can address everything that's being said. You want to see King James being black? Well, we can do that right now. Let me exit out of this. You sure you ready? I'm on. Let me see here. All right, are we caught up? Everybody, just let me know when you're I'm trying to see here. I'm trying to figure out how to know if it's caught up. I'm gonna just go into it just for you, Armand. All right. Let me screen share. Start screen share. All right. Amun, y'all see, you see it? Let me know when you see the PowerPoint that says Black Nobility. All right, I'm back on point. Amun, you with me? I just refreshed my page. Shalom, what up, Tazapane?
Shalom, bro.
Hold on, where Tazapane at?
I don't know, bro. He told me on Sakari, sit down.
I linked his ass. Amun, you with me? I just refreshed my page. But yeah, man, they seen I got the young captains of 50,000, Tazapanya and Tazamine getting on there slicing these niggas. You see how a young captain of 50,000 just sliced that nigga. Now I can turn up, man. You know?
Yeah. I don't know, bro. He told me on Sakari, sit down. He on this Yayan.
Oh, you want a Yayan? Here, mute the audio. Put the headphones in, cause they gonna pick up that sound bite. They gonna hate it. I'm about to slice Amon Ray real quick. Amon, what you mean, man? I'm gonna show you something, King. You said put it to 100. Hold on.
Oh, you got the Black Nobility? Hold on, bro.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I got that. I got that. That Byzantium. you know, the Russian.
Let's go all into it. We're gonna show him. We're gonna show him something.
You can get this in. Man.
You really want to do it? I'm trying to watch from our page to catch up so I can go into it when I put it to 100%. This is behind.
That's page 1 right there.
You said what?
This is just page 1.
Ooh.
That's just page 1, baby.
Sinai, Byzantium, Russia. Mother Russia. All right, I'm going to go into this real quick, this PowerPoint. Watch this. Watch this on mine. You see that right there? King Charles Stuart II. Charles was the grandson of King James, who commissioned the 1611 King James Version Bible. His surname Stuart comes from the Old Nordish root svart, which means black. Stuart is the same word as swarthy, which means black in Old English. Etymology of swarthy, adjective, dark colored, especially of skin. Okay, so it's telling you that the grandson of King James was a black man, and he was of the line of the Stuarts, which is of the which means black or swarthy, which King James was also of the line of. Next slide. The black boy. There was once a Stuart line of kings in England. The name of the founding ancestor was Stuart, which means black man. He is commemorated in this celebrated name of the Black Boy Inn, found all over the British Isle. It was an early nickname for him, coined by his mother because of the darkness of his skin and eyes. Now, his mother could have been either light skin or white, but his father's lineage was clearly black. Okay, and we know that even today, our own people will call each other, "Oh, that nigga black as hell," or "You hella dark" and shit like that. We know that that goes on with our people even today. So that his mother could have been one of our people, but his father's lineage definitely was that of our people, or else it wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for his mother to make that statement. Okay. During his escape after the Battle of Worcester, he was referred to as a tall black man in parliamentary wanted posters. Okay. He's a black man. The Merry Monarch. The Merry Monarch, as he was later to become known, this is still talking about Charles II, the grandson of King James, is famous for his many mistresses. Although he had numerous children by his mistresses, the queen, to her great sadness, remained barren. So this is a black man who is described black in color and pigmentation. And this is also a man that had a lot of bitches and knocked a lot of them up and had a lot of kids by his side pieces.
God.
Now, who does that sound like to you? Amun. Don't worry, I'm going to give you a reference. Don't worry. You can look any of this up, matter of fact. Look up King Charles Stuart II, the black boy. Okay? Look up all of this. Let's go to King James. King James the /the first. James I was the king of Great Britain from 1603 until his death in 1625, the first English ruler of the House of Stuart, which we just established Stuart mean black man. Okay? Let's go to King Louis XIV. It gets worse. Historical notes on the exhumations made on 1793 in the Abbey of Saint Denis, where kings, queens, princes, and princesses of France are buried, published by the French National Museum of Monuments, reveal the following. Some of these bodies were well preserved, especially the one of Louis XIII, but Louis XIV's skin was black like ink. Woo.
Hey, I got.
Oh, go ahead.
Hey, I got a picture of King John VI of Portugal from this. You know, that's a picture right there. You know,
that's a cut.
Fuck is he talking about?
God damn, body bag. Let's keep going though. Oh, the Black Priest of France. Hold on. Oh yeah, and King Louis XIV was a full cousin of Charles II Stuart, the black boy. He was his cousin. These niggas was ruling shit. Niggas was running shit in Europe. So don't put yourself in an Afrocentric box, my nigga. We ran the whole fucking earth. Okay? But let's go here. The Black Priest of France. Alright? Matter of fact, I'm going to pull this image up. But I'm going to read this and then I'm going to pull the image up and make it bigger. The Hours of Etienne Chevalier is one of the most famous and lavishly illuminated manuscripts of the 15th century. It was painted for the Treasurer of France by Jean Fouquet, a court artist to King Charles the VII and Louis the XI, who worked not only as a miniaturist, but also as a panel painter and scenery designer. The Lehman miniature decorates the page that contains the opening words of the evening prayer, Vespers, for the hours of the Holy Spirit. It shows the Moorish French faithful standing in the foreground on a terrace, looking up at the hand of the Most High as demons flee to the left and the right. The subject is highly unusual as is the topographically accurate depiction of medieval Paris, in which the Cathedral of Notre Dame, the spire of Saint Chapelle, and the Pont Saint Michel, and the other monuments of Ile de la Cité, including the Hotel de Nesle, I think, where the figures stand, are immediately recognizable. So it's showing you that this is a very accurate depiction of medieval France, of black people, and all that. Okay. I'm gonna go to this preview. Hold on. Let me pull this image up. And I got something else for you. All I do is, where is this image at? I'm gonna blow it up so motherfucker can really see it. Right.
You know, I got this book, man, right here. It was a Paleo Hebrew inscription found in 1880. You know, it explains how Hezekiah's tunnel was built. You know, you can see it's the Paleo Hebrew on there. Them niggas always want evidence and shit.
Yeah, they always want the evidence. Now, keep this. Oh, go ahead, do you?
This book right here is called "The Bible is History." You know.
And who's the guy that got your Kemetic deity right there?
Yeah, right there in front of it.
Damn, oh, I see what's going on. Hide it, it don't work. Okay, boom, start screen. Now look, this is that picture. As you can see, it's all black people there, and these are the priests of France. Okay, you see that? It's all niggas right there. So we was running that Europe, man. Okay, and we was running every damn place else, for that matter. Okay, so get your damn head out of Africa ass, my nigga. What you could do is, matter of fact, I'll just Google it right now. Hold on, King James. I didn't have all my references together for that particular I didn't have it all in order right there. I'm gonna find that particular picture. Hold on. The picture I used give me 1 second here to get the reference of the painting. This is via the Indiana University. This is via, you can find that picture in Lily's library. Okay? Lily's library in England. Just so you can understand, you asked me to cite the source, I'm going to come with that source, brother. Lily's library in England. Talking about dark Mediterranean. This dude, I'm not even finna even sit here and I'm not even finna sit here and play trivial fucking games with you. I just proved that these is black people. Now you're gonna try to say they Mediterranean. You out of your goddamn mind. Technically, Egypt is Mediterranean, and you calling yourself Amun Ray. You sound ridiculous. Okay? I go to Africa and find people that's Mediterranean. The Mediterranean run all through Africa. You sound stupid, my friend, and you clearly are not a scholar. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just telling you that because now at this point you're just trying to be a dickhead. You see what I'm saying? And that's evident. Look, as we see a bunch of black men, it's probably same color as you, if not darker. In France, we show how they was calling them this and that. You see what I'm saying? According to historical records, we understand that the Renaissance iconoclasm took place where they whitewashed a lot of the images, but a lot of the images are still intact, like the brother was revealing with the Russian icon book. So if that's not enough for you, that's too bad, my nigga. Okay. Keep your head up some African ass and see what the fuck that do for you. All right. This was wrong with a lot of our people. Okay. They're just so smart. They're nothing but a dummy. Okay. And I showed my shorts via Lily's Library in England, where they have a collection of several ancient biblical texts and artwork from their time periods. Okay. Egypt, listen, listen, does the Mediterranean not run over the north of Africa? Don't be an asshole, dude. See, this guy, certain dudes are just assholes and they just play games, and I see that. Now, if somebody was sincerely coming with questions to present to answer, that's what I assume that's the premise you was coming on. You clearly came with a contrary premise just to be the devil's advocate and an asshole and a dickhead. You see what I'm saying? So, that's ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous, okay? Don't sit here and tell me that the Mediterranean Sea is not over the north of Africa. Don't try to negate that and try to, oh, they're Mediterranean, they're not black. Nigga, you crazy. You sound stupid as all hell right now. And if you think that niggas only came from, as a matter of fact, where was you born at, my nigga? The Potomac somewhere, Lake Michigan or some shit? Nigga, you sound dumb, man. And don't make, y'all, man. This is what's wrong with Jake, man. That's why Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. This is just ridiculous. Let me get off the screen share shit, man. All right, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. This dude clearly lacks immense amount of knowledge. Okay, and I'm not insulting you. I mean, I am insulting you, but the only reason that I'm coming with these insults is because you, at this point, have become an asshole, and you're not cool with your identity. And I want you to prove your identity. Can you prove your identity? I want you to prove that you even got on a slave ship, my nigga. Can you do that? What proof do you have of that? What proof do you have that your ancestors came over here in cargo slavery? What proof do you have? I want to show ship logs, and I want to show lineage of each individual that sprang down in each generation. Now, if you want to be an asshole, we could be assholes too, my nigga. Do it. I want you to. I dare you to. You can't do it. What you gonna do? DNA? Matter of fact, hold up. For you DNA heads, got something for you DNA heads. Got something for you DNA heads, man. All right, let me go here. Go to YouTube. Except that. Let's go to YouTube. How do I do this? What is it doing? I don't understand that word. Never mind. I'm gonna just go like this. We're just gonna share the screen, and I'm gonna play this motherfucker. Let me go here first. Now he came on a plane. Ain't nobody ashamed of Africa, but I'm not in an African box like you. You in a box, and that's your damn problem. Africa was one of many places where our people, uh, were at. Okay, I'm not like you. I'm not in a goddamn box. The Bible tells me that me and my people are the salt of the earth, not just one place. Okay. Now, King James was King James the First. So are there portraits of his parents that exist? No. But what can we go with? We could go with his portrait and the historical description of him and his house, which is the house of Stuart, or the swarthy black house. He was described as a black man by several of his contemporaries, and it has been buried by Eurocentric white supremacist history. But we just went to various historical sources and verified that. If that's not enough, get the fuck on. Okay? And if you know anything about Scott, which he was a Scot, King James, you know that Scott comes from Scotia, which is actually Egyptian. Okay, if you that's if you know what the hell you're talking about. All right, but let's do with this DNA thing. I don't even gotta say it, I'm just gonna play it. Okay, your science is imperfect.
Our forebears were from. Among those using the test to trace their family's past, Spike Lee, Oprah Winfrey, and actor Isaiah Washington, one of the stars of Grey's Anatomy.
Brother Washington, your mitochondrial DNA is quite common among the Mende and Temne people in Sierra Leone.
Quite common amongst two different tribes of people, and this is mitochondrial DNA. Mitochondrial DNA does not determine who you are. Why does mitochondrial DNA not determine who you are? Because the seed comes from the man. A seed determines what you are. An apple seed planted in the soil is going to be an apple regardless of any soil that is planted in. Therefore, this is a very inaccurate and imperfect science. But let's even entertain the idea that mitochondrial DNA can tell you who you are. As was just showed, it was two separate tribes, even of itself, just from the same type of region of Sierra Leone. This science is severely imperfect.
Trace their ancestry back to Africa, a history
Hold
totally
on.
lost to them.
You think about young African Americans growing up thinking that the history started with slavery.
And I didn't result to an insult. I did insult, but I also cited source. Come on now, don't play that game. Do not play that game. Hold on, I got it. My shit is froze.
DNA testing can determine.
To Vi Higginson, the prospect of tracing even a tiny fraction of her ancestry back to Africa was enthralling. 60 Minutes sent her DNA to African ancestry, as well as to several other genetic genealogy companies, to see what they could tell us about Vi's maternal lineage.
I'm sitting on the edge of my seat.
Kittle's company sent Vi what they call a certificate of ancestry.
Oh my God.
It says that you share maternal genetic ancestry with people from the Mende tribe in Sierra Leone. Do you know anything about Sierra Leone or the Mende people?
No.
Nothing.
People have been waiting a lifetime for something like this. Now, this is just a tiny bit of information now.
But they take it as human.
Let's see what they say. Okay, now I failed to reference that. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue with this video, then I'm going to go to the Scotland. I'll go to the Scotland reference in a second, okay? Just for you, I'm going to suffer you. Just
right,
for the
because
edification.
it's cracking open the door that was closed for centuries.
There's a place in Africa you could say that I'm from. A tribe. I am thrilled. It puts a name, a place, a location, a people. It opens up such possibilities.
But the problem is, Sierra Leone wasn't the only answer Vi got. A company called Relative Genetics found a match to a single person in the Wobi tribe in the Ivory Coast.
Oh.
Different? Different. Now, I got all excited about that, and this is different. Now, how could that happen?
Then a third company, Trace Genetics. Your particular sequence matches sequences reported among multiple Mendanka individuals in Senegal.
What's up with this?
And Family Tree DNA, the company that linked Vi with Marion in the first place, came up with a whole list of matches. This goes on and on.
I'm on. At this point, you just mad. You know damn good and well I didn't lose that debate, and I was not all over the place. What's happening is I'm addressing things that you say as per they're coming in the chat, and you're seeing them as the delay. That's why you think I'm all over the place. I'm going with the DNA. I just proved King James and King Stewart and them was black people. Now I'm going by this DNA bullshit that y'all niggas been talking all night, and I'm debunking that with this video. Then I'm going to reference how Scotland is derived from an Egyptian princess.
My goodness. So what do we know about Vi's ancestry? The DNA does indicate that she has distant relatives in the Mende tribe, but she also has relatives in all those other tribes. So no one can say for sure where Vi's maternal ancestor actually came from. I'm going to let this play. I'll be right back. I handed Vi the certificate. She got extremely emotional about it. She wept, and it meant so very much.
People want to believe.
They want to believe they've gotten an answer.
And it's not fair of us to let them believe that we're giving them certain answers, because scientifically, we just can't.
Hank Greeley is concerned that the science isn't really there yet for you to be giving them the name of a tribe.
I think for most companies, I would be concerned too.
But what about your own company?
We have
he didn't exclude you. He included you.
But we have the largest set of sequences from Africa. And so with that, we're able to provide some level of probability in terms of frequency.
But he would say that even though you have the largest database, it's still small on the scope of things.
As I said, I share those concerns.
About yourself.
Our DNA.
And that's the rub. This business of genetic genealogy is fraught with limitations. For one thing, it can only provide information about a tiny fraction of our ancestry. Because we get half our DNA from our mothers and half from our fathers, almost all of our DNA gets shuffled and remixed every generation, making it impossible to trace what comes from whom. There are just 2 bits of DNA that remain pure: the Y chromosome, which passes directly from father to son, and something called mitochondrial DNA, which passes unchanged from mother to child. Hank Greeley, a law professor at Stanford University, has studied this new field. He worries that people don't realize just how many ancestors they actually have.
8 generations ago, both you and I had 256 great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents.
Wait, you're saying that if you go back 8 generations, we have 256 great-great-great-great-grandparents?
Yes, it doubles every generation. So you've got 2 parents, you have 4 grandparents, you have 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, and it adds up fast. It adds up so fast, in fact, that if you go back 20 generations, you've got over 1 million grandparents.
1,048,576 to be exact. And in each generation, DNA testing can provide information about only 2 of them.
So you could be Peruvian on your mother's side, Japanese on your father's side, Swedish on everything else.
And you'll never know.
And you'll never know the Swedish from the Y chromosome or the mitochondrial DNA.
Now, you've looked at several of these companies that are doing these tests.
Yes.
Do you think that they explain what you just explained to us?
No.
What you gotta say
I don't
about
think
that?
any of them does as good a job of pointing out the limitations. But, businesses often don't go around telling you how weak their product is.
We don't oversell. I mean, we just say, look, we provide a service. If you're interested in exploring a tiny bit of your DNA and trace its ancestry, we can do that.
When you say it's a tiny little amount,
It's less than 0.1%.
that's pretty teeny.
Yeah, but for people who know nothing about any of them, I think it's very important.
Alright, I'm back. How'd you like that dagger, Amon? That was a cold dagger. Let me bring it back. Let me go look in this chat box. What the hell is being talked about? Everything gotta be African, right? This is crazy. Jeff Humphrey, Shalom, brother. What's going down? Glad to see you. How'd you like that debate? Oh man, you didn't see it. Don't worry. What you could do, go to the you go to Debate Talk for You, and you can listen to it. Or as soon as we're done with this live stream, you know, it'll be there. It'll be archived. You can see it from my perspective and dealing with the slides I was presenting and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? It was a good debate. You should definitely check it out, Jeff. I'm mad you forgot, man. You usually always is on point, man, with the events, brother. Man. All right. I don't know where the brothers is at and why they ain't on here. Hold on. I want to have this little panel, this little post-debate panel, to talk about the goings on and whatnot. Let me call this brother. Hold on. Shalom.
Yeah, man, I couldn't get back on there.
Where you at?
In the car.
Are you in the car? All right. I'm gonna try to invite.
I tried to invite you. I can't still get on my phone to try to get on my phone.
All right, let me try to invite you right now. Boom. And it's Kari.
On my private phone. The house at Gmail.
Okay, boom. Okay, I just sent these invites.
Have I get in there yet?
Nah, man, I'm about to call him. Matter of fact, we'll call. I just sent you an invite. I'm gonna call him right now. I'm gonna call you back.
Hey,
All right, bet. All right, shalom. I see you, Jeff. Let me try to get these brothers in here.
Please leave your message for
Oh, no, he ain't picking up, huh? I'm trying to send him this link. How do I? Man, this stuff is crazy. But yeah, man, everybody, all the brothers out there, enough with this dudes, man. This to the brothers out there, you know, any feedback on the debate or anything brothers want to talk about, let me know. Hit me up right now. You know, we live. It might take a second for me to see it, but you know, just let me know. Yeah, and that's the thing. Ray, what about you got guys like Muhammad Ali that did that and they said this shit went back to Ireland. That's not Africa, so is he not an African? That's ridiculous. Hold on, let me share my screen because I'm finna eat. Let me share this. Give you a piece of this Hebrew Israelite history. Now we dancing machine. I'm already you a joke, my nigga. Come on. You ain't know with a keyboard banger. And that's that. Ray, I ain't gonna kick you out. I know you want me to kick you out, so you could say, "Oh yeah, that nigga got mad at me and kicked me out." And then get the fuck out of here, man. Playing these bullshit games. And I told her, and look, I told him it was on the African plate, and he tried to play a game. Christian, man, you know this dude is crazy. Explain to me why there's people in Africa that's claiming that they come from Israel. This is what I'm saying, Ray. Like, you can find to one landmass that's connected and not separated in any aspect to two other large landmasses. Like, you're like, honestly, dude, you're in a box and you got a feeble mind, and you're gonna see where that bullshit gets your silly ass, man. Okay? Is Russia on the African plate? Are there black people in Russia? Are there Africans in Russia? Nigga, what do you mean? People move. Dumbass. What the fuck is wrong with you? No, white Jews are not pushing that on them. White Jews didn't even want to admit that they are Israelites. What are you talking about, Ray? You sound dumb as hell. This is their ancient custom suggests that they were Israelites before a white Jew even existed. A white Jew didn't exist before this fucking 7th century. Okay? Know your history. White Jew. The last thing a white Jew wants to do is accept a black Jew. They only accepted the Falasha Jews because they were allowed to call them Falasha, which means false. Don't know a goddamn thing, my dude. And then, yeah, the Limba. What about the Limba? The Limba's DNA actually says that they Jews. Okay? They're not being led by Ashkenazi Jews. They may follow the practices of Ashkenazi Jews by it being a distortion of their ancient actual practices, but they're not being led by Ashkenazi Jews. Asia is not a tectonic plate, but there are tectonic plates in Asia. The whole earth is made up of tectonic plates. Israel sits on the same tectonic plate that all of Africa sits on. It is called the African plate. And the kingdom of Judah wasn't West Africa, it was called Negroland. That's a great point. And there's ancient maps on that. I don't even know why I keep talking to this asshole, because he don't really know shit. And he's stuck in a goddamn African box. White Jews are playing cite your source of white Jews playing missionary on Limba. Cite your source, nigga. I'm done with my food. I'm coming back up. I don't know what Limba means. I want you Wikipedia nigga and tell me, because that's all you finna do. I want you to cite your source and prove to me that white Jews played missionary to the Limba, nigga. The fuck up out of here. All right, it's just one Jew, okay? It's the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, Levi, and all the rest of the tribes, okay? This dude is ridiculous, and he got the nerve to accuse somebody of dancing. That's funny as hell, man, okay? These dudes ain't even scholars, man. What's up, everybody? We got 30 people in here. Shalom to everybody that's in this motherfucker. Make some noise. I only see a few people getting active in the chat, so if you in here, you know, make some noise, you know what I'm saying? Say what's up, get in the chat, or if you can't get in the chat and you're viewing off the phone, you know, it's all to the good. You feel what I'm saying? But yeah, this dude is crazy. And look, now he's inactive. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, James, R.I.P. to James. The Bible reigns supreme. Yahweh Shem Shai reigns supreme over Allah, any other deity that stands in his way, because he is the only living God, man. And all that wisdom that you claim and you think to have is foolishness to save the Holy Bible. Okay, we proved where the origins of Islam come from in that ancient moon worship and the ancient paganisms, the pagan systems of Arabia. We proved that Muhammad, his so-called first revelation from the Archangel Gabriel, is consistent with ancient pagan shamanistic initiations. So that was clearly showing the foundations of Islam are all in paganism. Therefore, it is not and cannot be of the Most High God. Okay? I'm moonwalking, yet I asked you to cite a source and you still ain't done it, nigga. The fuck out of here, Amon Ray. You're a joke. You're not a scholar, you're a keyboard banger, and I just proved it because you haven't cited any sources. But you want to cite a source on that. What did I do? I stopped what I was doing. I went and I cited the source. What did you do? Now you're telling me I'm moonwalking when I just asked you a question and you didn't answer it. The fuck out of here, Amon Ray. You know what? Coon. That's you as Amon Ray, my nigga. A motherfucking coon. Okay? Yeah, man. Kwam Yashrala, okay? That's what it is. And this is what we seen. We seen the rise of Israel. The worst thing any of these dudes did is come and throw rocks and pick fights with us as Hebrew Israelites. Because we come in and we scrutinizing every word that comes out of these niggas' mouths. And we debunking it, we disproving it, we bringing the scholarship, we bringing the scriptures, and it's all through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Shai, man. And that's a beautiful thing. The Lord is always going to magnify Israel, okay? Because this is what our people need to realize. That the ways of Israel is the best and most beneficial for us and our people, and it is our true ancient identity, okay? So Tilted was going on. Yasharal Oracle was going on. Jeff Humphrey was going on. Christian or Exodus 2086 was going on. Shalom to them Akim that's in the building right now. You know, I appreciate the support. You know what I'm saying? And you know, another win for Israel, man. That's what it is. Another win for Israel. This is how he gets down. You know, really it's how the Most High gets down. He's gonna magnify his truth always. Okay, so you seeing men coming under the vibration and identification of Israel, getting these wins in these debate arenas and forums. Why? Because Yahweh Shem Shai is exalting the truth, man. You see what I'm saying? And you got brothers that's waking up to this thing as a result of some of this shit. So, you know, you gotta say the water Yahweh Shem Shai for that. You know what I'm saying? For you scoffing ass niggas, hey, to hell with you. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna get it, that's cool. Fuck on. You know. But we wanna the brother Tazapanya, man, he running out. I wanted to do a little paneling on it. But you know it's all to the good. We could do is we might start another live stream a little later, but as for right now, I'm gonna end this off. Okay, I want to again say call halal Yahweh Shem Shai. Double honors to the elders of Ruwell and honors to Shalom to our brothers out there doing the work of truth and sincerity. Death to Islam. I mean, it's evident at this point. Okay, Shalom.